Will lead us in the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resilience and courage of Ukrainians have inspired the world, and Canada is unwavering in its support for Ukraine and the democratic values that our countries share. The capacity for Canadians to open their hearts and their homes is truly inspiring. We've seen an exceptional amount of goodwill coming from our community in Kitchener-Conestoga. I'm proud of the many hosts that offer spare rooms and spaces to those in need. Today, I want to acknowledge the temporary residence that's opened its doors for Ukrainian refugees coming to Woolwich Township. My friends Karen and Bob Martin have converted Hillside Residence, their former retired residence in Maryhill, to open doors for Ukrainian refugees, providing temporary housing for 22 Ukrainians. I also want to commend the organization Waterloo Region Grassroots Response, who've been instrumental in helping with the settlements. This is now the second residence in Woolwich to open its doors to Ukrainian refugees, the first being the former Jakobstedel Inn in St. Jacobs. So thank you to Karen and Bob Martin, and thank you to Waterloo Region Grassroots Response for offering a place to live and making a positive difference in our community. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, Hospice Dufferin is partnering with 8 local restaurants and cafes during February to host the Hot Chocolate Festival, and the purpose of this is to help support Hospice Dufferin, which is an amazing organization in my riding of Dufferin-Caledon. And community support is absolutely critical because they only get about 60% of their funding from the government, and the rest they have to make up in the community to offer the services to the people of Dufferin. So all of February, 8 local restaurants and cafes are going to have their own signature drink to support the Hot Chocolate Festival and Hospice Dufferin. $1 from each drink will go to Hospice Dufferin. You can find out where you can get your special drink at hospicedufferin.com. Come on, Dufferin-Caledon, let's go buy those drinks and support Hospice Dufferin.
Yeah. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm proud to rise in this House to welcome members of the Coptic churches from the great city of Markham to our nation's capital and to thank them for the hard work and community services in my riding of Markham Unionville. I would like to specifically acknowledge His Grace, Bishop Bullis, His Grace, Bishop Achilles, Father Pichoy, and thank them for their service to the less fortunate and your support of local charities and your efforts to bring the community together, an example for all of us. On behalf of the constituents of Markham Unionville and the entire country, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for all the work that you do. Your work serves as a reminder of the importance of serving others and the powers of community to make a positive impact on the world. Thank you for being with us today. May your visit to our capital city be a memorable one, and may your journey be filled with joy, peace, and hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, le cœur de...
Mr. Speaker, the hearts of all parents in Quebec stopped today when they learned what happened in Laval. Children are all that we have. They are what we have that is the most precious as mother, as father, as an entire society. A bus drove into a daycare and took the lives of 2 children, injuring 6 others. We'll set aside all speculation about what happened And regardless, we want to express our deepest condolences to the victims' parents. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to extend my sincere condolences, and we want to extend our hope, our most heartfelt hope for good news for the injured young people. Our hearts go out to all parents, children, and staff of the Garderie Éducative Sainte-Rose. We thank the first responders, nursing staff, and all those who mobilized at this time to help the little ones. Today, the nation of Quebec is in mourning. Our hearts are with all those in the community of Laval.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
Mr. Speaker, February is internationally known and recognized as Black History Month. It gives us an opportunity to recognize the remarkable contribution of Black Canadians to the community of Orléans and to all of Canada. Le thème cette année,
This year's theme, Ours to Tell, invites us to engage openly and learn more about the stories that African Canadian communities have to tell about their successes and experiences.
It's in academia, health sciences, business, sports, or the arts. Black Canadians have made and continue to make an important impact on our communities across our country. Merci.
Thank you to the entire Black community for your contribution to building a stronger Canada. Congratulations on your commitment and leadership in contributing to the cultural mosaic that shapes our country and is the envy of many. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, just over a week ago, the city of Kenora played host to the top curlers from across Northern Ontario for the regional playdowns. This is always an incredible opportunity to showcase the great talent we have across the north, and I know that Kenora was honored to once again host this important event. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you and congratulations to the volunteers and the organizers who put together a great week and a wonderful tournament. And I also want to recognize the local athletes that we had competing and representing the Kenora riding so well, Mr. Speaker. Team Meadows from the Kenora Curling Club, as well as Team Shesky representing Keewatin. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I must congratulate Team McCarville out of Thunder Bay and Team Horgan from Sudbury on their victories and wish them the best of luck as they represent Northern Ontario proudly at the Scotties and the Brier, respectively. Mr. Speaker, we will all be cheering them on.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, February 11th marks the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. It's a time to recognize the critical place for women and girls in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. A time to recognize that when women succeed, including in STEM, we all succeed. I've had the honor of knowing and supporting some remarkable women in STEM. Zainab Azim, 21 years old, is Canada's youngest future astronaut with major contributions to space exploration. Shifa Hussain, 14 years old, is an ambassador for the Canadian Association of Girls in Science. Knowing and supporting women and girls like Zainab and Shifa is how we ensure that equality of opportunity exists in STEM for everyone. I am proud to be part of a Liberal government that continues to stand with women, invest in women, and to continue breaking barriers so that girls worldwide can contribute to our collective progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yukon.
We will tell you something about our past history, then something about the problems we have today, and finally, our thoughts about the future. Mr. Speaker, that is from the introduction to a document entitled Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow. 50 years ago, Elijah Smith and a delegation of Yukon chiefs went to Ottawa to meet with Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and present him with this historic document. The document claimed First Nations' right to have their economic, social, and cultural needs met through a settlement with Canada. That meeting was the first step on a long journey towards the Umbrella Final Agreement and some of Canada's first modern treaties. Next week, I will be joining the 50th anniversary of Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow, and I welcome any member to join me there. As Yukon's Grand Chief Peter Johnson said, these celebrations truly honour the journey and the stories of the leaders whose vision and determination have had an unprecedented and immeasurable impact on the lives of Yukon First Nations and Yukoners alike. Shonathan, Gunalshish, and see you there.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, After 8 years as this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians can barely afford to feed themselves, with food inflation over 10%. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians can barely afford to fill up their gas tank to go to work because of the punishing impact of the carbon tax. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians can't even afford their own homes, with mortgage payments and rents doubling. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are struggling just to survive, with inflation at record 40-year highs. After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford this Prime Minister. Canadians need and deserve a Prime Minister who will put the people first, fight the affordability crisis, and give people control of their lives back.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was Ski Day on the Hill. Perfect timing, as this week is Winter Health and Fitness Week. Cross-country skiers from as far as Salmon Arm, senators, fellow members, and even some Ukrainian newcomers strapped on our cross-country ski gear and race laps around the West Lawn. Big thanks to Groomer Dave of the Kitchissippi Trail for setting things up and making sure that we had a smooth run. And thanks especially to my friend Marty Deacon from the other house and fellow Olympian Sue Holloway. She's actually an Olympian in my two favorite sports. She's a cross-country skier and a medalist in kayaking. Mr. Speaker, physical activity is absolutely essential for our physical and mental health and for the strength of our communities. According to Ella from Nakartok, who I tried but failed to keep up to yesterday on my skis, sport helps her deal with stress, it teaches her to overcome challenges and set goals. These young people told me about how their physical and mental health are connected, that the sense of teamwork and belonging that they get is so important. They reminded me that despite it being hard to get up sometimes when it's early or get outside when it's cold in the winter, I've absolutely never regretted a bit of exercise. So listen to the kids. Let's get outside this winter and stay active. But here in this place, let's remember that quality sport and recreation programs require investments in infrastructure and programming, and that investments in sport and play are investments in our collective health, just as important as investments in health care.
That's right. The honourable member for Tobique-Mactuquac.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Liberal government, Canadians are realizing that elections have consequences and that they've walked to the far side of a disappointing decision. After 8 years, Canadians have seen their paychecks dwindle so that even the most basic necessities are out of reach. After 8 years, seniors, especially those on fixed incomes, are having to choose between eating and heating. Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off. After 8 years, food prices are at all-time highs, forcing families to make impossible choices. This has led to over 1.5 million Canadians visiting their local food banks in just 1 month. After 8 years, young people are seeing the dream of home ownership evaporate due to this government's runaway spending that is causing sky-high inflation and ever-rising interest rate. After 8 years, our farmers, transporters, and small business owners have all experienced the devastating consequences of soaring input costs. After 8 years, Canadians are desperately needing their hopes restored, and they're wanting their country back that they know and love.
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The job-killing carbon tax is a tax plan, and after 8 years, it is making everything more expensive. After 8 years of a Liberal anti-energy agenda, Canadians have been deprived of economic prosperity, and the livelihoods of millions of workers in the energy, manufacturing, and transportation sectors are on the unjust transition chopping block. After 8 years, Canadians are struggling to cope with 40-year highs in inflation, and 1.5 million Canadians visited a food bank in a single month.
Shame.
Heating your home in the winter isn't a luxury, yet after 8 years of Liberals in charge, Canadians are being forced to choose between heating or eating. After 8 years, Canadians are out of money and they can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. Canada's Conservatives are ready to turn the hurt into hope and help families get ahead, not just get by.
That's right.
Conservatives will clean up this disaster and ensure that Canadians can get their heat on by turning the carbon tax off.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, as we honor the legacies of Black Canadians, Ours to Tell is the theme encouraging us to look within our own villages and to find Black Canadian trailblazers in our ridings and celebrate them. Many of us know a lot of first, seconds, and third Black Canadians in many fields, but Mr. Speaker, to quote Ben Okri, there is no exhaustion where there's much to be hoped for, where much is to work towards, and where the dreams and the sufferings of our ancestors have yet to be realized and redeemed. I know that history is all there to be made in the future, and I look forward to the day when we will celebrate the stories of the 20th, the 30th, and the 50th. I welcome and look to our many stakeholders from across the country joining us in today's celebration, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for obeying your ancestors' wildest dreams, and thank you for keeping the light in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I want to take an opportunity to thank Canada's international development sector for their fantastic work, particularly their efforts to build a better world for women and girls. As we know, women and girls are particularly vulnerable to humanitarian crises, to climate change, to conflict. And while Canadian organizations continue to play a vital role around the world, the federal government has not lived up to their obligations. Canada must be ambitious. The government must commit to strategic, predictable, and significant increases in funding. Remove barriers that prevent Canadian organizations from doing their vitally important work. Barriers like what we are seeing in Afghanistan, where we have no carve-out for humanitarian organizations. And finally, Canada needs to ensure that we have a strong public foreign policy, a feminist foreign policy that puts women and girls at the forefront of all of Canada's foreign policy decisions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are doing their part. It's time for the Canadian government to do theirs. Happy International Development Week.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Monsieur le Président, dans les
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks, the Bloc Québécois has been touring Quebec to promote Bill C-282. It aims to protect supply-managed agricultural sectors by preventing future international agreements from negatively impacting our farmers' market share and the income they earn from their hard work. Supply management is an essential vector for the economy of our regions and contributes to feeding Quebec and Canada. It must finally be protected. Once again today, a large number of agricultural stakeholders came to Parliament Hill to express their strong support for this bill. I want to thank them and express all my respect for them. Thank you for your hard work, and especially thank you for your presence, which reminds parliamentarians of the importance of supporting this bill to maintain our agricultural model, which is so effective and so resilient. The message is clear. Fellow parliamentarians, let's unite and pass Bill C-282 together.
Le député de Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, ce matin,
Mr. Speaker, in Laval, an act as incomprehensible as it was tragic occurred. A bus drove into a daycare. In the last few hours, we've learned the worst. 2 children have died. Several more were seriously injured. As a mother, I can imagine the worry, the distress, and the sorrow in the hearts of the families affected by this tragedy. Our children are the most precious thing we have, and what happened this morning makes our blood run cold. We're all in shock. Thank you to police and emergency services. On behalf of my leader, on behalf of my party, and on my own behalf, I offer everyone affected by this tragedy our sincerest thoughts and prayers.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be standing before this House as a newly elected representative of Mississauga Lakeshore. Our community has a rich history. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. This is also my home, where my wife Zenny and I raised our 3 children. We're blessed to be part of a vibrant and active community engaged in revitalizing our waterfront and enhancing our villages. They're champions in protecting our conservation areas so that future generations can thrive. And I'm humbled by the trust my neighbors have put in me. My constituents also want us to promote a prosperous Canada. My family sought freedom and opportunity in Canada years ago, and we're very grateful. Like many new Canadians, it became our duty to give back and ensure that others also reach their full potential. That means working to create a strong economy that sustains social programs like universal health care and support businesses who are the backbone of creating jobs. And finally, I believe in standing up for the rights and freedoms of all Canadians. We must work together. As my father Antonio said, there's room for everyone to compete and do business, room for everyone to learn, and more importantly, room for everyone to help each other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. À la suite.
Following discussions amongst representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is agreement to observe a moment of silence after the tragic event that occurred today in Laval, Quebec. I now invite honourable
members to rise. Thank you. Merci. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A bus hit a daycare full of children, and unfortunately, we are learning that 2 children were killed and others are injured. As a father, I can imagine the suffering of the families who've been affected, and we all offer our support and our prayers to those families. Can the Prime Minister please give us an update on this tragic event and the actions that the government will take to offer support to families and to the people of Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague has said, we are all thinking of the families affected by this tragedy. Our hearts go out to them. Nothing can erase the pain and the suffering that these families and that community are going through right now. And we will be there to support them in the days and the months and the years to come as they go through this unimaginable suffering. I'd also like to thank the first responders and all those who were there to help following the situation. We will continue to keep them close to our hearts and in our prayers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it now takes $1.7 million to be able to retire if you want to be able to eat for the rest of your life. That's according to a study from the Bank of Canada. After 8 years of inflation that's the highest in a generation, 8 years of increases to mortgages, increased costs in rent, and increased cost of food. Because of the inflationist policies of this Prime Minister, people can't pay their bills. Will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility, personal responsibility for these problems so that we can fix what he's broken? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that there are a lot of people, including seniors, who are facing difficult situations right now, but it's not true that we haven't been there for them over 8 years. To the contrary, we increased OAS by 10% for seniors 75 and over. We increased the Canada Pension Plan. We increased the GIS for single seniors. We made high-speed internet more affordable for vulnerable seniors. We doubled the tax credit, the GST tax credit, to help seniors. We will continue to be there for seniors, and we will continue continue to be there to support them in these difficult times, because we know that that's how we are going to get through these times together. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Talking points, after 8 years, it now costs $1.7 million for someone to retire, according to a Bank of Montreal study. Think of it. You now have to be a millionaire to be able to retire in this country after 8 years of this Prime Minister's inflationary deficits and taxes, after 8 years of doubling the cost of home heating with his carbon tax, of increasing food prices by burdening our farmers, by increasing the cost of everything through $500 billion of inflationary deficits. Why doesn't he personally take responsibility for what he broke so that we can fix it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's ironic the member opposite speaks about fixing things. When we took office seven and a few years ago, one of the first things we had to do was reverse the cuts that member had voted for that would raise the age of retirement to 67 years old instead of 65. We continue to step up with increasing GIS by 10% for our most vulnerable single seniors, and in the years following, we have consistently been there for seniors, while Conservatives continue to call for more cuts, more austerity, while we've been there to support seniors, and we will continue to, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
What he's done is double the rent to $2,200 a month as an average in the 10 biggest cities. He's doubled the home heating bills right across the country, and he's doubled the average mortgage payment to well over $3,000 a month. No wonder 9 out of 10 young people who don't own a home believe they never will. This is after 8 years of inflationary policies that have driven up the cost of housing and driven up interest rates to pay for it. Why won't the Prime Minister admit that these things are broken after 8 years of his leadership so that we can fix them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 8 years, we have stepped up on investing in housing. We've invested in low-income rentals. We've made sure that seniors have extra supports so they can retire with dignity. After a previous Conservative government that consistently nickeled and dimed seniors, nickeled and dimed veterans, refused to support young families, these are the kinds of things we've been working on. And yes, Mr. Speaker, there is more to do, which is why we're so surprised that the Conservative Party stood against extra supports for low-income renters, stood against supporting families to send their kids to dentists when they couldn't afford it. These are things that we will continue to do.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Prime Minister said he was drawing the line to ban anyone from pointing out that things are broken after 8 years of his leadership. Well, his own parliamentary budget officer has crossed the line, Mr. Speaker, saying, and I quote, there is a system that is broken. Anybody who has recently applied for a passport, employment insurance, old age security, and the list goes on. They probably realize very well that the level of public service Canadians are getting is not what one would expect from a world-class public service. There is room for enhanced leadership. Mr. Speaker, will he call to the carpet this rogue parliamentary officer for saying that things are broken?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after a very difficult pandemic, yes, there have been challenges on service delivery, and that's why this government has been stepping up. One of the areas we're stepping up in is recognizing that our universal public health care system needs more support, and that's why we're moving forward with $198 billion worth of investments in additional money to support provinces and territories in delivering better health care for Canadians, whether that's more access to family doctors, better mental health supports, better support for frontline health workers, or better data and information to underpin our system. We are there to invest while Conservatives continue to push cuts.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to get involved in something that's none of my business. I get the impression that things aren't going very well in the Liberal caucus, and the Prime Minister keeps adding new problems. The provinces have said that they need $300 billion to fix health care, and the government has come up with $46 billion over 10 years, which everybody finds completely insufficient. So let's start at the beginning, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister start by admitting that it's not $200 billion new dollars, but rather $46 billion new dollars? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Over the next 10 years, there will be $198 billion new dollars invested in healthcare systems across the country by the federal government, including $46 billion in new funding for the province and territories to ensure that people have access to family doctors, to make sure that people have access to the best and better mental health services, particularly for young people, and to make sure that our frontline responders in the healthcare system are properly supported, and to make sure that we get better data and better information sharing for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. So, Mr. Speaker, now the government's no longer claiming that it's $20 billion a year. They're saying it's $4.6 billion a year. The provinces asked for $28 billion, so we're very far from what's really needed to take care of people. Because here, we know what the provinces need. Now, we are understanding that the government is indexing underfunding. The government is announcing that this real problem today is going to remain a real problem for the next 10 years. Can the Prime Ministers say and commit that this is not enough, and will he commit to making his offer better? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while my honourable colleague talks about what the provinces want, we are focused on what Canadians need. Canadians need more family doctors. Canadians need more help when it comes to mental health. Canadians need to know that frontline workers in hospitals and in the system are better supported and better paid, and Canadians need to know where their medical files are and have better access to information to better understand the system that's serving them. That is what we are doing in partnership with the provinces. We are going to improve the system for tomorrow. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Yesterday, in the Prime Minister's meeting with the Premiers, he had a chance to tell Premiers not to double down on for-profit care and poach from our hospitals. It turns out that Premier Doug Ford confirms that this never came up in any conversation. The Prime Minister had a chance to stand up for public health care, increasing staffing levels. Instead, he stood down. The Prime Minister used to believe in public health care. Why the flip-flop?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm sure my honourable NDP colleague will be pleased to know that he has been misinformed. One of the very first things I said when I sat down with the premiers yesterday was respect for our public universal system, and the principles of the Canada Health Act is foundational for this government and will be foundational for any money that we flow to the provinces and to healthcare systems across this country over the coming years. On this side of the aisle, we will always stand up for universal public health care.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
In the last election, the Prime Minister denounced for-profit privatization in our healthcare system, and he said that that wasn't innovation, and I agree. But that wasn't the case yesterday. It's been confirmed that he didn't raise this issue in his conversations with the premiers. He had the opportunity to defend our public healthcare system, but he folded. Why this major flip-flop? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat the same answer in French so that my NDP colleague can hear it again. The first thing that I said to the provinces yesterday when we sat down to talk about the healthcare system and the investments that the federal government is going to make to help people was that it's essential to respect the Canada Health Act, to continue with our public universal healthcare system, which provides services to Canadians across the country. This is a fundamental principle that we will always defend. We will always be there to defend our public system.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians can't afford groceries. They're up 11%. They can't afford rent. It's doubled. 9 out of 10 young people say they'll never be able to afford a home. And to add insult to injury, he's tripling the carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for the cost of living crisis that he created, or will he at least get out of the way so we can fix it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians are going through difficult times right now, following the challenges of the global pandemic, following the challenges of global inflation. That's why we chose to step up to support Canadians last fall with a doubling of the GST tax credit. It helps 11 million Canadians, moving forward on supporting lowest income renters and making sure that all families can send their kids to the dentist. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party, despite their rhetoric, stood against those last two measures, refused to help Canadians who need it, and are abandoning the middle class in favor of cuts and austerity.
A member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister has been in that chair for 8 years, and for millions of Canadians, things have never been worse. Inflation is at the highest it has been in 40 years. Interest rates are the highest in a generation. Home prices and rents are the highest they've ever been. He can try to deflect responsibility. He can try to blame someone or something else. Conservatives are fighting to keep the heat on and the taxes off. Will he at least do the same?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to see the lengths to which Conservatives will go to pretend like the pandemic never happened, because it was a very difficult time for Conservative politicians on the federal level who weren't convinced about vaccines, who didn't like all the supports we were sending to Canadians, even though not only did it ensure millions of Canadians were kept safer during the pandemic, but it allowed our economy to bounce back stronger than just about any of our fellow economies. In regards to supporting Canadians, our price on pollution puts more money back in the pockets of families at the same time as we're investing $500 million so that families can upgrade their home heating.
Honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
8 years of this woke Prime Minister's inflationary spending, and seniors are going cold, hungry, and broke. 75-year-old Janet from Montreal says she's completely out of money because liberal inflation drove up the cost of her groceries, gas, and her rent. And now she's saying she can't even retire. This Prime Minister will pile drive more seniors like Janet when he triples his failed carbon tax scam, further breaking seniors and Canada. Is this the sunny ways this Prime Minister was talking about? Will he take some responsibility, show some humility, and take the tax off so seniors can keep the heat on?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the leaders of the opposition members are simply focused on frightening seniors, what we actually saw 10 years ago was they raised the age of retirement from 65 to 67, which we returned to 65 when we first took office. Then we moved forward with an increase in the guaranteed income supplement of 10% for the most vulnerable single seniors that party voted against. We continued to step up in ways to support Canadian seniors right across the country, lifting more of them out of poverty, while Conservatives continued to argue against those investments.
Well, member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
This guy must be great at dodgeball, the way he ducks, dodges, and deflects questions in here. He sounds like a broken record, but not as broken as what Canada feels like after 8 years of his failures. He's completely out of touch. Does he actually think people are patting him on the back because he's raised the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating by his out-of-control spending and his failed carbon tax? If he doesn't want to take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on, why doesn't he just get out of the way so he can fix everything he broke?
We stepped up to support Canadians during the pandemic. As a government, we continue to step up to support Canadians during these difficult times of high inflation and high interest rates. That's why we put forward initiatives to double the GST rebate for 11 million families. That's why we move forward with rental supports for the lowest income renters, why we move forward with dental supports for families who can't send their kids to the dentist. Those are two measures, Mr. Speaker, that despite all the rhetoric from the Conservatives, they can't dodge the fact that they voted against those initiatives.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years under this Prime Minister, we know that the member for Papineau is more disconnected than ever from the reality of Canadians. Remember, last December, in front of 2,000 of his Liberal friends, what did the Prime Minister say in a solemn way? Canada is not broken. But Saturday morning, he got the answer from Canadians. 2 Canadians out of 3 say that Canada is in fact broken. And that's what happens, Mr. Speaker, when you're completely disconnected from the reality of everyday Canadians. When will the Prime Minister fully accept the responsibility for the fact that Canada is broken because of him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, throughout our history, Canada and Canadians have faced very difficult times. And right now, we're facing a difficult moment. But instead of saying, oh, well, everything's broken, we know what Canadians are doing. Canadians are there for each other. They are helping each other. They are there to help each other, and we know that they appreciate the investments that have been made in seniors, in dental care, for low-income renters. These are initiatives that our honourable colleague has voted against. We will continue to be there despite the opposition from the Conservatives to invest. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal governments, not only is the Prime Minister completely disconnected from Canadians, but he's also disconnected from his parliamentary officers. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, Mr. Giroux, said yesterday in committee that I think that if you were to ask anybody who's tried to get a passport or who's tried to get any other service from government, they are all aware that we're not meeting service levels that we would expect from a world-class public service. Canada is broken. And that's not the Conservatives saying it. That's 2 Canadians out of 3, including the Parliamentary Budget Officer. When will the Prime Minister fully accept responsibility for this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are acting to help Canadians who, yes, are facing difficult times. Yes, there have been challenges with service delivery following the pandemic, but we will continue to work to improve services and to support Canadians. That's what Canadians expect of us. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party voted against dental care support. It voted against help for low-income renters. It's not offering anything to Canadians other than recommendations like investing in Bitcoin so that you can avoid inflation. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, we know that that's ridiculous and it's irresponsible. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We can't stop the progress, Mr. Speaker, so the Prime Minister has understood that we need doctors, we need nurses, that we need care, that we need more surgeries, we need support for mental health, and that takes skills. And they don't have them, and it takes money, and they're holding that money back. Can the Prime Minister forget this monologue with no negotiation from yesterday and start transferring money to the provinces in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and all Canadians understand very well that, yes, it's going to take additional investments in our healthcare system, and that is what we are doing. But they also know very well that money is not the only solution. We need to deliver more family doctors, more help for mental health care, more help for our first-line workers. We need to improve data sharing. We need to improve the quality of care. That is what we are working on hand in hand with the provinces to deliver. While the Bloc is always looking for fights, we will continue to work with the premiers of the provinces. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, now I can't do this here. So imagine I'm speaking to somebody outside of the House and they'll say, well, what do you know about it? You've never managed a healthcare system. You know, so these are things that we hear from time to time. So look, let's talk about the facts here. It would be nice to see the NDP show some courage. Does the Prime Minister imagine that he's going to pass a budget with such little sums for healthcare in it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, the federal government invested $72 billion new dollars to ensure that Canadians were healthy and safe. And yes, we are there to help Canadians, particularly those in the armed forces and on Indigenous reserves. But we know that this is work that must be done working hand in hand with the province and territories to make sure Canadians get the best possible services. And so that is what we are doing. We will work hand in hand with the provinces, and we're not looking for fights the way the Bloc does.
In St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, there's been a 32% rise of violent crime, a doubling of gang murders, police and innocent Canadians being murdered by violent repeat offenders getting bail and back on our streets day after day. This is Canada after 8 years of this Prime Minister's broken Liberal bail system, and yet he voted against taking action on this issue, Mr. Speaker. So what's it going to take for the Prime Minister to fix the bail system and keep repeat violent offenders off our streets?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our top priority on this side of the House is always the safety of our communities. That's why we've continued to make innovations and investments in bail reform, why we continue to work with the provinces and territories on these issues. We will make sure we're keeping Canadians safe. But the Conservative so-called focus on community safety doesn't explain their opposition to stronger gun control laws. We're going to continue to step up to make sure that there is a freeze on handgun ownership across this country, and that we keep assault-style weapons banned across the country. The Conservatives continue to be in the pockets of the Canadian NRA.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Years, that answer is not good enough for victims of violent repeat offenders. It's not good enough for their families. They deserve results, Mr. Speaker. All 13 premiers, police, all big city mayors in Ontario are all united in saying this is the Prime Minister's issue to solve, Mr. Speaker, and yet the Prime Minister refuses to lift a finger to keep violent repeat offenders out of our communities. And to top it off, he's the one who broke the Liberal bail system, Mr. Speaker. So can we really trust that he's going to be the one to fix it when he's the one who broke it?
Great question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for victims of crime, and we will continue to ensure that there is less violent crime so that fewer people are made victims. When we move forward on our bill C-75, we did not change the criteria for when accused persons can be released. The bill put in place a reverse onus for certain firearms offenses, meaning it's up to the accused to prove that they can be released. The law is clear that people should be detained if necessary to protect public safety, and I know the Minister of Justice will continue to work with his counterparts across the country to ensure we're keeping people safe.
Well, Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this bail crisis is a crisis of the Prime Minister's own making. What he's doing isn't working. Violent crime in the last 8 years is up 32%. The Liberal minister loves to stand up and say Canadians deserve to feel safe. What Canadians are saying is we deserve to be safe. Canadians don't have the privilege to to travel with armed guards like the Prime Minister does. So after 8 years, this Prime Minister is badly out of touch. Will he take responsibility today for his broken bail system and commit to changing it today?
Great question. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Minister of Justice will continue to work with his provincial counterparts to see what improvements can be made. But while the members opposite continue to attack the improvements we made to the system, they're misinforming Canadians. When we brought out, for example, the criteria for when accused persons can be released were not changed by Bill C-75. The law is clear that people should be detained if necessary to protect public safety, and the bill also put in place a reverse onus for certain firearms offenses, meaning it's up to the accused to prove that they can be released. We're going to continue to stand up for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Bill C-5, which was adopted with the unconditional support of the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, puts the lives of Quebecers in danger. For example, a criminal who was convicted of grave sexual assault will be able to serve his sentence at home thanks to this Prime Minister. And so he'll be able to sit at home with Netflix and a cold beer, and that proves that the government is not protecting vulnerable women. When will this government act to protect victims and keep criminals behind bars? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that survivors of sexual assault deserve a justice system that treats them with respect and dignity. We said very clearly that serious crimes must come with serious penalties. And our government, our justice system allows decisions to be properly appealed and studied.
Burnaby Sud.
During the pandemic, we heard horrific reports from long-term care homes. Stories of seniors crying out for food and water. Seniors being left in soiled diapers and linens. The Prime Minister promised to change that and did the opposite. Families say things haven't gotten better. And in the offer to the premiers, there is no mention of long-term care, no additional dollars, no help for for seniors. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen firsthand the challenges that seniors in long-term care faced across the pandemic, and all Canadians know we all need to act together. That's why we welcome the release by the Health Standards Organization and Canadian Standards Association, which is a good start of new standards. We've also provided $4 billion to support provinces and territories in their efforts to improve long-term care in their jurisdictions, because regardless of where they live, we will continue to ensure that seniors receive the quality of care they deserve.
Hear, hear.
Member for Burnaby South.
Yesterday, Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem admitted that this government's approach to dealing with the inflation rate hike after rate hike has only made things worse for Canadians. Household debt and the cost of housing are through the roof. Now, what we're dealing with, a Prime Minister who promised to make it more affordable for people to find a home to call their own, has done the opposite. Why has the Prime Minister made it so expensive for homes and to find a place to call your own?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in our last budget, we moved forward with historic investments to support people buying their homes, whether it's move forward to eliminate some of the predatory practices in the real estate market, whether it's moving forward with $4 billion for municipalities to accelerate the construction of new homes to create more opportunities for buyers and renters, or whether it's moving forward with a savings account, tax-free savings account for first-time home buyers to help them buy their own home. We know there's much more to do, and we're going to continue doing it, working with all parliamentarians.
Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents depend on our healthcare system to function properly, whether it is in the emergency room, in intensive care, or in long-term care. They need our staff to have all the resources they need to take care of our children, our seniors, and our most vulnerable. Will the Prime Minister update this House on the progress made with his provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure that everyone has access to good quality healthcare? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague for Vaudreuil-Soulanges that our healthcare system is being very much challenged these days. That's why we're collaborating with provinces and territories to make sure that all Canadians can benefit from a high-quality service. We were able to announce $198 billion federal dollars over the next 10 years, including $48 billion in new funds. Canadians will therefore be able to have access to a greater number of physicians, lower waiting times, and better access to mental health care and other things.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, it's never been more expensive to grow or to buy food, and it's going to get worse. When the Liberal NDP Carbon Tax Coalition triples their tax, the typical farmer will pay $150,000 a year in the carbon tax alone. There are consequences. Not only will this bankrupt farms, it will drive record-high food prices even higher. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for putting our food security at risk and axe his farm-killing carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my conversations with farmers over the years, I've heard directly from them how concerned they are about the long-term sustainability of their families, of their industries, of their ability to continue to deliver high-quality food to all Canadians. That's why they are focused on fighting climate change and doing so in a way that's going to make sure that we're building a stronger future for everyone. We will continue to work with farmers across this country to make sure that they're equipped for the changes that are coming, while at the same time able to continue to thrive in their communities and in their families as they work hard to feed all Canadians.
For Foothills.
The number one concern of Canadian farmers, the number one threat to their livelihood is Liberal government policy. And they have to understand there's consequences. Taxing Canadian food production is taxing Canadian families out of being able to put food on the table. The consequences are this. Grocery prices are up 11%, the highest in 40 years. Let's put that specifically. Vegetables up 13%, pasta up more than 20%, margarine up more than 30%. Canadian families can't afford to put food on the table. And I had a poultry farmer yesterday, Hessel, call me and say his carbon tax bill for the month of January is 20%. Will he, $20,000, will he cut the...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the farmers I speak to talk about the fact that floods and droughts and fires and upheavals in our climate are the challenge they're most worried about for their kids and grandkids, and continuing the...
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm going to help the whip. Okay, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, farmers are concerned about their futures, about their kids, about their next generations of farmers and the communities. That's why they know that fighting climate change is important, but they also know they shouldn't be carrying that burden alone, which is why we are continuing to support them in innovation, in transformation, in success, so that they're going to be able to continue to feed Canadians with pride for generations.
Well, member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
In December of 2019, Dan's heating bill was $175. In January of this year, using the same amount of heat, it nearly tripled to almost $400. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the Liberals continue to take away what Canadians need to survive: heating, housing, and food. There's no solutions, just more tax. Yep. How is this compassionate? How is this leadership? Now, we know they are capable of backtracking. So will they do it? Will they keep the heat on and take the tax off?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the price on pollution that we brought in delivers as well a carbon incentive, a climate action rebate that gives more money back to average families than they pay in the areas that have the carbon tax federal backstop applied. These are things that are facts that the Conservatives continue to deny. On top of that, Conservatives continue to pretend that you can have a plan for the future of the economy without having a plan to fight climate change, which is simply wrong, Mr. Speaker. We will be there to fight climate change and support Canadians.
100%. Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of that Prime Minister, Canadians are out of money.
That's right.
$40 a month of carbon tax may not be anything to him, but in reality, it is a lot to most Canadian families. It's the difference between giving your kid a snack or not. Read the room, Mr. Speaker. Talk to real Canadians. Listen to them instead of listening to yourself. Will you keep the heat on, Mr. Prime Minister, and take the tax off?
I just want to remind the Honourable Prime Ministers to speak through the Speaker, not directly to each other. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Member were listening to her constituents instead of Conservative misinformation, she would have heard that the average family of four in her riding just received their first of 4 checks for $185 with the climate action incentive just this past month. We are there to invest in supporting Canadians while at the same time we fight against the impacts of climate change. We are there putting more money in families' pockets with a plan to fight climate change, which is what people across Ontario and across the country need from their governments.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Official Languages Committee turned into a real circus because of certain Liberal members who refused to allow French to be the common language of Quebec. The Liberal government is even threatening its own Bill C-13, which is unprecedented. Yesterday, a Franco-Ontarian MP had the courage to denounce the bad show of these MPs and the falsehoods they spread about the Charter of the French language. But as it stands, not a single Liberal from Quebec has had the courage to stand up for French. Does the Prime Minister condemn Liberal disinformation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm proud of being a Quebecer and a Quebec MP who rises today the Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Quebecer who rises every day to defend French in Quebec and throughout the country. And it is our government, by the way, that was the first to recognise in a speech from the throne that we have to protect French as a language, not only as an official language in the country, but that we have to do more in order to protect French in Quebec. And through Bill C-13, that is exactly what we are doing in order to protect language minorities throughout the country and protect French in Quebec. We are here to protect French. We are here for our beautiful French language. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the Liberal members who turned the Official Languages Committee into a circus, but very little has been said about the Prime Minister's responsibility, who continued day after day to delegate these members to the committee despite their pathetic blunders. The Prime Minister has condoned misinformation that has caused unwarranted concern. Can he finally show some backbone and reassure Anglophones that neither C13 nor Bill 96 will prevent them from getting healthcare in their language? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I will propose something that might raise the shackles of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois doesn't seem to care about the future of French in Quebec. All they care about is French in Quebec, but they completely couldn't care less about Francophone minorities throughout the country. It is up to the federal government to be here for Quebecers and for Francophones throughout the country. Just as we are here for Francophones in Quebec, we will continue to be here and we will fight for both official languages.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Liberal government has added more to the national debt than every other government combined. Wait times for health care are the longest they've been in 3 decades. Canadians cannot buy medicines for their sick children. Canadians do not have a family doctor. And Mr. Speaker, I bet many Canadians watching this today are in that group. Canadians are tragically dying in emergency rooms around this country. The cupboard has been spent bare. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for the broken healthcare system and step aside so we can fix what he broke?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the member opposite that yesterday we announced $198 billion worth of investments of additional funds in healthcare over the coming 10 years. This is money that provinces will be investing to make sure people have better access to family doctors, making sure that there are better and more timely mental health cares, that we're supporting our frontline workers, that we're grounding our systems in better data, better health information. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, for the emergency rooms that the member opposite is worried about, we're sending $2 billion immediately to provinces and territories so they can deal with the important pressures facing them. We are there to help on health care.
Well, member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the member from Papineau that after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything in Canada is broken. Canadians cannot get a passport. 1.5 million Canadians are visiting a food bank every month. 5 million Canadians do not have a family doctor. Canadians cannot afford rent or a mortgage. Canadians have to choose between heating their homes and eating, all under the watchful gaze of the member from Papineau. Everything in Canada is broken. When will this Prime Minister take responsibility for these problems, step aside so Conservatives can fix what he broke?
We fully recognize that Canadians are facing tough times right now, which is why we are stepping up to support them directly. But Conservatives, other than telling them, oh, you can opt out of inflation by buying cryptocurrencies, which would have been devastating for family savings and totally reckless advice, they simply stand against support for low-income renters. They stand against making sure that 200,000 kids so far can access dental care that they weren't able to access before. These are things that are helping Canadians. It's the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, that have to stop pushing for cuts and austerity.
The Honourable Member for Le Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are finally realising that all these beautiful words to help the middle class was just a bunch of theatrics. Mr. and Mrs. Everyone finds it much more difficult to pay their bills. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, these inflationist expenditures have increased inflation and interest rates, and so people are abandoning their dreams of buying a home. After 8 years, will the Prime Minister finally take his responsibilities when it comes to increasing the price of rent, oil and groceries so that you can finally fix what he broke? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Let us make things clear. For the past 8 years, 2.7 million Canadians have been able to rise out of poverty. But of course, people are still living difficult times today. And that is the reason for which we are investing in improvements in our healthcare system, investing in order to help low-income renters, investing in order to help our seniors, investing to help with dental care for under 12-year-olds who otherwise would not be able to afford these dental services. We are here to help Canadians. The Conservatives continue to offer cuts and austerity.
From Alpec.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, the Conservative leader has been saying this Liberal government helped Canadians too much during the pandemic. But let me be clear. The government supports included an additional $72 billion for health care to the provinces and territories. My constituents are left to wonder, how worse off would their hospitals and healthcare system be if the leader of the Conservatives were in charge? Will the Prime Minister follow the Conservative leader's misguided advice of austerity and cuts to healthcare spending, or can the Prime Minister provide us with any policy alternatives?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as you well know, I can reassure the member from Malpeque for his question, thank him for his question and advocacy, and reassure him that we will be taking no lessons on cuts and austerity from the Conservative Party. As Canadians, we place a lot of value in our universal public health system, but we know it hasn't been living up to expectations. That's why yesterday we brought forward a plan to increase health funding over the next decade. We know that Conservative Party's approach is one of austerity and cuts, but let's be very clear. You don't hire any more doctors or reduce wait times with cuts. On our side, we're focused on making investments and delivering results for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we have billions of dollars of waste. The Canada Infrastructure Bank was created on the recommendation of former McKinsey CEO Dominic Barton. The current CEO of the bank was a partner at McKinsey. Wow. And surprise, McKinsey has received consulting contracts of $1.5 million. This taxpayer-funded bank, it lacks integrity and transparency. Will this Prime Minister take responsibility and fix what he broke by canceling this out-of-control infrastructure bank?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, when we took office 8 years ago, we made a commitment to Canadians that we would invest in the kinds of infrastructure that would grow our economy, create good jobs, and create opportunities for all Canadians. That's exactly what we've been doing through various ways of investing in public transit, investing in new trade corridors, investing in record amounts of housing, because we know that Canadians want to see a better future built every single day in this country. That's why we'll take no lessons from the Conservatives on not spending and investing in infrastructure other than a few doorknobs here and there. We will continue to move forward on infrastructure.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Liberal insiders have been lining their pockets while Canadians have been lining up at food banks. And McKinsey, one of those insiders, is the very same company that helped turbocharge opioid sales. They were involved in government corruption scandals the world over, and of course helped the government of Saudi Arabia track down and punish their opponents. That's the company that this Prime Minister gave $120 million of taxpayer money to. So will this Prime Minister finally take responsibility for giving Canadians tax dollars to a corrupt company, or will he get out of the way? So,
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past years, we've made significant investments to support Canadians, yes, through the pandemic, but also in the years leading before it, where we were investing in creating jobs, in lifting Canadians out of poverty, in preparing for a clean energy future that Canadians know is around the corner. We will continue to be there to support Canadians, whether it's with rental investments or dental care or doubling the GST rebate for low-income Canadians and middle-income Canadians. We're going to continue to be there to invest and support Canadians. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to push for cuts and austerity.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years under this Liberal Prime Minister, close ties exist between Mackenzie and Canada and the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is run by Mackenzie's multinational alumni. The Infrastructure Bank gave contracts to the firm that had recommended its creation, all without a call for tenders, confirming another scandal. Mr. Speaker, Canada is broken. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for the loss of confidence Canadians have in our institutions so that we can fix what he broke? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians we continue to do what Canadians have been doing when things are difficult. Be here for one another, working together for a better future instead of throwing one's arms in the air and saying everything is broken. Canadians are working hard together, and we'll continue to be here to help them to do so with investments in dental care, with investments for low-income renters, 2 initiatives that this member, by the way, voted against. We will continue to be here to help families with a better healthcare system. We know that the best way to help Canadians is by investing in the future.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Conservative leader launched radio attack ads across Atlantic Canada against carbon pollution pricing. This is preying on people's fears by spreading mistruth. The Conservatives know it, and they owe Atlantic Canadians an apology. Can the Prime Minister update this House on what this government has been doing to support Atlantic Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to thank the member for St. John's East for her question, her hard work and her leadership on this file. What the Conservative Party still doesn't realize is you can't have a plan for the economy if you don't have a plan for the environment. On this side, we're focused on creating good jobs, helping families with the cost of living, and fighting climate change. And we're doing so through our climate action incentive rebates, putting more money back in families' pockets, and also helping households with retrofits and switching from oil furnaces to heat pumps, saving energy and money while protecting the planet.
Hear, hear. Well, member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, workers across Canada and Quebec continue to be left out in the cold on picket lines while their bosses replace them with non-contract scab workers. New Democrats fought to end these union-busting tactics. Le député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie has already tabled an anti-scab bill. All the minister has to do is adopt it. No need to delay things any longer than that.
Why is this minister delaying the rights for workers for their ability to collectively bargain? Pourquoi?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we mandated the Minister of Labour to create a fairer collective bargaining process in federally regulated workplaces by putting forward legislation to further limit the use of replacement workers. We've launched consultations which have now wrapped up, and the results of those consultations will determine the legislation that will be tabled by the end of this year. We support and we have faith in the collective bargaining process because the best deals are always the ones that are made at the negotiating table.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's been almost a year since the governing party promised to bring in a home buyer's bill of rights, to end blind bidding in home sales, and to tackle large corporate investors in the housing market. All these actions would help make housing more affordable, but the federal government hasn't implemented any of them yet. What are they waiting for? We need urgent action on the housing crisis. When will the PM finally deliver on these promises?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to leveling the playing field for young and middle-class Canadians looking to buy a home. That's why Budget 2022 announced that we will work with provinces and territories to develop and implement a home buyer's bill of rights and a national plan to end blind bidding. The Home Buyers Bill of Rights will tackle unfair practices in the real estate market and could include measures to ensure the right to an inspection and transparency in sales history. We will not rest until we ensure that the dream of home ownership is protected.
Hear, hear. I'm afraid that's all the time we have today for question period. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honorable Tuge Ese Tofudulo, Speaker of the House of People's Representatives of the Federal Democracy of the Republic of Ethiopia. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement following Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the earthquake in Turkey and in Syria. I now invite the honourable members to rise. Thank you. Merci. Okay. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie on a point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to a question from the member for La Pointe de l'Île, the Prime Minister, talking about the Bloc, said that they don't care about Francophone minorities throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that that is unparliamentary and false. And so I demand an apology from the Prime Minister.
Okay. Une chose que j'ai trouvée dans la Chambre.
One thing I noticed in the House today was that things were a little excited and emotional. I want to remind all members to be judicious when they use language in the House, to use parliamentary language. Parliamentary language does not offend other people, and so I encourage you to be careful of what you say.
318, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of M. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Already here.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Poilievre. Seconded by Mr. Len. Moved given that. 1, given the Bank of Canada has admitted the carbon tax contributes to inflation. 2, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that households will pay more in carbon tax costs than they get back. 3.
Government plans to triple the carbon tax, which will increase the price of gas, groceries, and home heating. The House call on the government to immediately cancel the carbon tax. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting remotely has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor. Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against.
Mr. Vancouverden, nay contre.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 204, 204.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-226 at report stage under private members' business.
The question is the following one.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Maurice, moved that Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice, be concurred in at report stage.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the bill.
We will start with the sponsor of the bill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
We will now proceed to members starting in person. All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Debruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Bibo.
Madame Bibo.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Sajin.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the bill will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rang.
Third row.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Première rang.
First row.
First row.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Que tous.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Fifth row.
Random liberals, please stand up.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. Première row.
First row.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. McCully Edmonton West.
Mr. McCully Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Erskine Smith.
Thanks. I wasn't sure if my vote was recorded, but I vote yes.
How was he voted?
Yes. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Yeas contre 142, 142.
Dans la motion.
I declare the motion carries.
When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-293 under private members' business. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that Bill C-293, an act respecting the pandemic prevention and preparedness, be now read a third time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Nous commençons.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Now with the sponsor of the item.
Yes.
Yea pour.
Voted. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in person will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamuter.
Ms. Sahota.
Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rang.
Second row to my left. To my right.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Kara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Third row.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Deuxième rang.
Second row.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms.
Première
Laney.
rang.
Laney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlow.
Your microphone isn't working. Première rang.
First row.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
All those at my left opposed to the, or all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Troisième rang.
Third row. Second row.
Première.
First row.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Cinquième rang.
Fifth row.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Sinclair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Quatrième rangée.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Troisième rang.
Third row.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
I'm still not hearing it, but deuxième rang.
Second row.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ferreri.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
First row on my left.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand functions and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Swat. Thank you. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-282 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Thériault, seconded by Mr. Biron, moved that Bill C-282, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, Supply Management, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commençons avec le...
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Monsieur Thériault.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
All those to my left in favor of the motion will please rise 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Rupp.
Mr. Rupp.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Retour à Monsieur Desilets.
De retour à Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Collins.
On
Victoria.
my left.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
4th row at my left.
Mr. News.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma...
3rd row at my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Motts.
Miss-
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Van
apologies.
Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stomadongas, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Idlow.
First row on my left.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hepner.
Miss Hepner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Tanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Brownie.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row at my right.
Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Fifth row.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. McCully, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCully, Edmonton West.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Second row.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
First row on my left.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Bérubé.
Ms. Bérubé.
Je pense que mon vote n'a pas été pris.
I think my vote was not counted.
On va vérifier.
We'll check.
Votre vote a été le vote.
Your vote, the vote, was recorded. In favor.
Tout est clair.
No other questions? Everything's clear? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Nays pour 293, 293. Nays contre 23, 23.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
En conséquence, ce projet.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
Faut que je lis. I believe there's a point of order, a point of privilege. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Of privilege concerning the interpretation services which were provided to this morning's meeting of the official opposition caucus. To be clear, these were issues with the technical arrangements provided by the House of Commons administration and not by the quality of the work provided by our great and hard-working interpreters. Les réunions de caucus occupent une place.
Caucus meetings have a very special place in an MP's work here in Ottawa. It's where we get together to discuss the issues of the day that dominate our national conversation. These are issues that need to be reviewed here in the House. And they are local and regional priorities in our country, which is vast and diversified. As a former president of National Caucus yourself, Mr. Speaker, I know that I don't have to remind you of this. Our national caucuses lead to conversations about national issues, and that includes the fact that they are held in both official languages, English and French.
4(2) of the Official Languages Act requires that, quote, facilities shall be made available for the simultaneous interpretation of the debates and other proceedings of Parliament from one official language into the other, end quote. Those facilities were not available to the Conservative caucus today here on Parliament Hill. Technical concerns at caucus meetings have in the past given rise to prima facie cases of privilege. Mr. Speaker, Lamoureux on October 17, 1973, at page 6942 of the debates, found a prima facie case of privilege concerning the discovery of a bugging device in the NDP caucus room. More recently, Mr. Speaker Milliken on March 25, 2004, at page 1711 of the debates, also found a prima facie case of privilege when the confidential proceedings of the Liberal Party's Ontario Regional Caucus had been inadvertently disclosed through the House's audio-visual system installed in the meeting room. The chair had observed on the pivotal nature of proceedings to MPs' work. Quote, the concept of caucus confidentiality is central to the operations of the House and to the work of all honourable members. In its subsequent 22nd report, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs stated at paragraph 14, quote, to the extent that caucus confidentiality is breached by members by disclosing what was said or went on to non-members of caucus, this is a matter to be dealt with by each party caucus. Any unauthorized recording of caucus meetings, however, is a matter for the House itself. Not only does this arguably impede members in carrying out their parliamentary functions, but it also could constitute a contempt of the House of Commons. Now, though both of those cases involved eavesdropping on confidential caucus meetings, the rulings stand for two important propositions, and I would respectfully submit. Firstly, that caucus meetings form an essential component of an MP's parliamentary functions, which raise considerations of parliamentary privilege when they are interfered or impeded with. And secondly, that troubles arising from the technical facilities at caucus meetings become, in the words of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, a matter for the House itself. Pages 111 and 112 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice recalls for us, quote, a member may also be obstructed or interfered with in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions by non-physical means. In ruling on such matters, the Speaker examines the effect the incident or event had on the member's ability to fulfill his or her parliamentary responsibilities. If, in the Speaker's view, the member was not obstructed in the performance of his or her parliamentary duties, then a case of privilege cannot be found. It is impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of obstruction, interference, intimidation, and as such constitute cases of privilege, end quote. L'incapacité du caucus conservateur.
The inability for the Conservative caucus to hold its deliberations in both official languages seriously undermined our ability to do our work, to discuss the issues of the day, and to organize ourselves for another week of resistance to the government that, after 8 years, has so cruelly disappointed Canadians.
Indeed, prima facie case here of privilege. I will be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to rise on this question of privilege because my privileges as a parliamentarian were affected during that caucus meeting this morning, where unfortunately I did not have access and my Francophone Conservative colleagues did not have access to interpretation during the caucus meeting. Mr. Speaker, you know how it's going right now on the Hill. And Ms. Linda Valentine, who's the president of the Canadian section of Canadian Interpreters, who at the PROC committee stated in October, and I'll have to say it in English because she said it in English, and the words are very well chosen.
Conduct a survey dating back to December 2021. I think it was measuring the amount of time spoken in Parliament by different parliamentarians of different languages. Indeed, we found that English has predominated and French has been snuffed out. C'est la réalité que nous vivons, Monsieur.
That's the reality we're living in Parliament, because a majority of our colleagues use English to speak every day, to communicate, to talk about their point of view, to make speeches. And unfortunately, when many colleagues are together and we need to hold discussions, they mostly happen in English. Unfortunately, this morning, that's what happened at our caucus. I want to thank the interpreters who were on site, who offered to come out of their booths in order to stand behind the members who wanted interpretation and offer elbow interpretation. You'll agree with me that that's not ideal, and that's really not a great way to hold a meeting. That's how we need to be able to have debates and exchanges, and we don't want to have to bring them to a separate room for them to have access to interpretation. So I welcome my colleagues' raising of a question of privilege. I'd like to support it because I consider that my privilege to be able to communicate with my colleagues was undermined due to technical difficulties. We have to make sure we have a plan B. We need to make sure that meetings are held normally with availability of interpreters and the equipment that makes all that possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will determine that the question of privilege is admissible and that you will agree with it. Thank you. As you know, it's very important for me, for every member in this House on the Hill who takes part in debate or listens to them has the right to do so in the official language of their choice. That's very important, and I thank the honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable,
Regina Capel, for bringing that up. I will take it under advisement, dig in deeper, and come back in the shortest delay with an answer. I want to thank all of you. And tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 21(1) of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, a certified copy of the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for the province of British Columbia. Conformément à l'article 32.5 du règlement,
pursuant to the relevant standing order, this report is deemed referred permanently to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Tabling of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. L'honorable ministre de la...
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in the House to describe an important step that our government has taken yesterday to strengthen the health system in this country. As we all know, health care, universal, accessible, publicly funded health care is a source of pride for Canadians. Unfortunately, over recent decades and certainly over the last few years, our health care has faced an unprecedented level of challenges. Across the country, patients seeking emergency care are finding their emergency rooms overwhelmed or even closed. Patients are waiting for surgeries that are postponed or canceled. We've all heard the heartbreaking stories where the health system has failed. Canadians deserve better. No one should lose a loved one because they couldn't get timely medical attention. After months of discussions, our government has put a sound, reasonable, and pragmatic offer forward to obtain concrete results for our health workers and for Canadians. First, together, we want to improve access to family health services, especially in rural and remote areas and in underserved communities. Currently, less than 1/3 of Canadians can access a healthcare professional within 24 to 48 hours. However, we know that better access to quality family health services helps us live healthier lives and reduces the need for hospitalizations and emergency room visits. This is especially true for children, for whom prevention is important to prevent long-term health problems. This involves investing in family medicine teams, which may include physicians, physician assistants, nurse practitioners, dietitians, occupational therapists, and other healthcare workers. Second, together, we want to support our healthcare workers and reduce surgical backlogs. As my colleagues from Yukon and Thunder Bay Rainy River, both former physicians, have reiterated to me, our healthcare workers suffered greatly during the pandemic. Many of them became ill, experienced burnout, and unfortunately, many also left the profession. Those who remain are concerned that a heavier burden will be placed upon them. They've taken care of us, and we want to take care of them too. This requires investments to better support and retain these valuable workers, to train and recruit more of them, and to recognize the skills of those trained in Canada and elsewhere in the world. This also requires better planning and investment in the future of our workers, including through the creation of a Canadian Centre of Excellence to support the future of these workers. Third, together, we want to improve mental health and substance abuse services for Canadians. Right now, Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 Canadians say that they are struggling with their mental health. And as the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions often says, mental health is health. It's integral to our health and our functioning as a society, and as such, it requires a dedicated focus. We therefore want to offer Canadians a multidisciplinary system of care, one that integrates mental health throughout all shared priorities. For example, with better access to a family health team, those suffering can be more easily referred to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Fourth, we want to work together to modernize our health system, because data saves lives. I've had this discussion with many people, including with my colleague from St. John's East, and we know that better access to health information will empower patients. We know that it's essential as well for health workers to be able to provide high-quality health care and make more informed choices. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, an emergency department nurse or doctor who's taking care of an unconscious patient who needs immediate care. And imagine that that nurse or doctor is not able to know what medication that person is taking, what allergies they have, or what their medical background is. Or remember, Mr. Speaker, that time that you experienced frustration when you were referred from one health provider to another, only to be asked the same questions, only to be asked to undergo the same tests again and again because your medical records couldn't be shared. This leads to duplication of effort, a lot of stress on staff, and an increase in costs. It should be possible in 2023 to share medical information in a secure way to provide a seamless experience for the patient while respecting their privacy.
Helping Canadians age with dignity, closer to home, with access to home care or safe long-term care is another area of common priority. Many seniors want to remain in their family homes as long as possible, but lack supports to do so. Collaborative work is fortunately already underway with provinces and territories to support access to home care and safe long-term care through a joint investment of $6 billion over 5 years. Investing in these 5 key areas of common priorities will help repair the damage caused by COVID-19 and prepare for the future. The investment announced yesterday of $198 billion over 10 years, of which $48 billion is new funding, includes certain common commitments. First, as per our shared responsibility under the Canada Health Act, governments must ensure that health care is provided based on need, not on the ability to pay. Governments must also ensure equitable access to health care services and that such access is supported by a strong public health care sector. Second, agreements will reflect our joint commitment to health equity and reconciliation so Indigenous peoples are able to access quality and culturally safe health services. And finally, we will also continue supporting better access for underserved and equity-deserving groups, including for Canadians living in rural and remote areas and those living in official language minority communities. In summary, the major support our government announced yesterday is aimed at helping Canadians live longer, healthier lives. To do that well, we need to act now and for the future. As time goes by, pressure on the health system will only increase as demographic, social, health, and environmental changes accelerate. Our aging population is straining the health system, just as health needs are growing. Experts also agree we are facing increasing chronic and infectious diseases, growing costs for technology and drugs, and the escalating impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to thank my provincial and territorial health ministers for their strong, collaborative work over the past year and assure them that our government will continue to be there to support them. Merci. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the aisle for his interesting words. You know, I think on this side of the aisle we know very clearly that after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything is broken, and sadly, Mr. Speaker, that includes the healthcare system. Having worked in that system for over a quarter of a century myself, it's very, very clear that my colleagues who continue to work there as physicians, nurses, nurse practitioners, etc., experience unbelievable levels of burnout, over 50%. And when we start to think about those folks and how are we going to continue to deliver care, what we feel is a sense of sadness. We feel a sense of crisis. Dr. Catherine Smart, who is the former president of the Canadian Medical Association, states that what we have is a system on the brink of collapse. And Mr. Speaker, I guess what I would say is that this agreement, which in my mind was delivered by a Prime Minister who's out of touch with the realities as a fait accompli to the premiers of provinces. And when you watch those premiers walk by the microphones of the reporters yesterday very quickly, it's very easy to tell that they are not happy with this deal in any way, shape, or form. And what we know is that this Prime Minister has a habit of not wanting to discuss things with the premiers or with anybody else who disagrees with his opinion. it would appear that he is out of touch once again with what is happening in the healthcare system. For everyone out there in Canada who's listening, we know very clearly that this Liberal government has had almost 8 years now to improve this healthcare system. And this Hail Mary pass that they want to throw to a system that's crumbling in front of everybody's eyes, this is not a simple position of a Conservative opposition. This is very easy to see as any Canadian when they try to access a family doctor. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, over 5 million Canadians do not have access to a family physician. Many folks in this House do not have access to a family physician, and I know that Canadians who are out there watching today do not have access to a family physician. Where does that leave us, Mr. Speaker? That leaves us sadly with Canadians clamoring to receive care in settings such as emergency rooms. And what do we see there, Mr. Speaker? Well, after 8 years of this Liberal government, and it's almost hard to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is happening in Canada, that people are dying in emergency rooms.
Shameful.
People have died in an emergency room in my riding. And to have these things happening in a system which I cherish as a physician, as a Canadian, is unconscionable. And for this Liberal government to have neglected health care over the past 8 years, once again, Mr. Speaker, is unconscionable. What have they done with the money that Canadians pay out of their pockets? What have they done with it? Well, they have more than doubled the debt. They have added more to the debt than any other government in the history of Canada. And then when the premiers come to them and say, there's a healthcare crisis out there in case you didn't know, what do they say? The cupboard is bare. They talk about $190-some billion. When you really look at the mathematics of it all, it's a bit of smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker, because realistically what it's related to is a $4.6 billion on average increase year over year. Is that a lot of money? $4.6 billion? Well, I think it's a lot of money. That being said, it's nowhere near what the premiers realize in their wisdom that they need to operate a safe and effective and efficient and modern healthcare system that Canadians want to see, that Canadian healthcare workers want to be a part of, and that we as Canadians want to be proud of. Mr. Speaker, once again, this Liberal government has let Canadians down. We know that at the current time, the wait time from referral from your family physician to seeking specialist treatment is the longest it's been in 30 years, over 6 months. It is unconscionable, Mr. Speaker. There is over 1.228 million people waiting for procedures in this country. The backlog is enormous. What else do we know, Mr. Speaker? Well, we also know very, very clearly that this Prime Minister chose not to meet with the premiers. We know that he's not a collaborator. Once again, shameful. Also, we know that this government, in their platform in 2021, committed $4.5 billion to the Canada Mental Health Transfer. And, Mr. Speaker, how much has been sent? None that we know of. Absolutely none. We talk about a mental health crisis, and we have a government here, once again, that's out of touch with reality, Mr. Speaker. We also know that medications for children, we've spoken about that in this House, we've spoken about it in the Health Committee. We know that there is a lack of availability of children's pain and fever medication, acetaminophen and ibuprofen, and that has not changed. And this government has not given Canadians a satisfactory explanation as to why. We know that every primary children's oral antibiotic is short. We know that mothers who choose to use infant formula cannot get it in this country, Mr. Speaker, and still we have a government that's out of touch with reality. Mr. Speaker, when I look at all these things in their totality, the final thing I think, Mr. Speaker, that we need to really understand, this government talks about preventive medicine. This government refuses, Mr. Speaker, to get clean water to Indigenous nations in this country. Shameful. Shameful. This budget is not giving the money that's required because they've spent it all. That is the reason. They spent it all in the ways that they have chosen, even though the premiers have come and asked for it to be provided in a different way, Mr. Speaker. This is unconscionable. This funding agreement that has been foisted upon the province is something that is unacceptable in this country, and I know that Canadians will reject it. This Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for this healthcare system that he has broken and allow us to fix it, Mr. Speaker. Our solution for healthcare, elect a Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, before I start, if you'll allow, I'd like to share my thoughts with the families and loved ones of the victims of the terrible tragedy that took place at the Sainte Rose de Laval daycare earlier today. I think we're all in shock following this terrible event. Words fail us, and I can't imagine how the parents of the children of that daycare must be feeling right now. I want them to know that we are with them today. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege to represent the people of Montcalm, and I've done so since 2015, so it's an honor for me today. And it's as much an honor today as it was on the very first day in this House. And in the very first question period that I participated in, the member for Rivière-du-Nord requested increases in health transfers. And that was in 2015. You'll recall that in 2011, the Harper government cut the indexation of health transfers by half, from 6% to 3%. And so that was an indexation that was insufficient to maintain the system. And in 2015 already, we were seeing the negative impact of that. So I've been sitting in this House now for almost 8 years, and for almost 8 years now, we have repeated constantly that there is a need to increase health transfers. Quebec and the provinces agreed 2 years ago on a request for an increase in the Canada Health Transfer that would increase the federal contribution from 23 to 35%. Why? Well, because the way things are going right now, Quebec and the provinces won't be able to offer quality healthcare services to people if Ottawa continues to underfinance the health system. And that's what Ottawa is doing. So there are three possible scenarios if this continues. Either healthcare services will continue to degrade, or other government services will suffer because the provinces and Quebec will compensate the lack of funding from the federal government with money from other sources. Or taxes will have to increase. Those are the three scenarios facing Quebec and the provinces because of chronic federal underfunding of the health system. So problems with our healthcare system, underfunding of other government services, education, social services, culture, etc., or an increase in the fiscal imbalance. That's what the Liberal government has chosen by refusing to take seriously the legitimate and necessary requests from the premiers. They are leading provinces into 10 years of underfunding, and the government is threatening the quality of services offered to the people of Quebec and Canada. As the leader of the Bloc Québécois said, the government's offer, the government's ultimatum shouldn't be calculated in dollars. It should be calculated in terms of the number of people who are being abandoned because of the actions of this government. How many surgeries will be delayed? How many nurses will be left to fend for themselves? What terrible decisions will the ministers of health in Quebec and the rest of Canada have to take as they have to tighten their budgets if they want to make ends meet? For years, my colleagues and myself in the Bloc Québécois have tabled motions on opposition days, have spoken alongside health professionals, tabled motions from the National Assembly of Quebec. Question after question, we've repeated again and again that it's important to support the exhausted healthcare workers. We've reminded this government that the tragedies that we're seeing right now in oncology, in pediatrics, the fact that people have to wait months and months, putting their lives at risk. And, the government is saying that, yes, we're putting money into this because it's so important. But if they were really taking this seriously, they would put in the important amount of money that's necessary because people are dying as we speak. Yesterday, the government demonstrated that, and, the minister spoke to this earlier, all they're capable of doing is showering us with nice words. They're not capable of doing anything else. If Ottawa was speaking with its checkbook, they wouldn't have much to say. The offer from the federal government, and I say their offer, but when it's a take it or leave it offer, it's more like an ultimatum than an offer, is terrible. This ultimatum is an indexation at 5% over 5 years. And I'll remind you that before the Harper era, it was 6%. So we're not even going back to the Martin era. They're fixing the indexation problem only in part. And with an aging population, we're seeing increased pressure on the system, and this is having a direct impact on health services. So 5% indexation over 5 years. The Prime Minister didn't need to meet the premiers to offer that ultimatum. It's something that he could have done unilaterally whenever he wanted, as Stephen Harper unilaterally cut indexation from 6 to 3% at the time. The Prime Minister could have announced it alone without any agreement. The ask was for $28 billion a year additionally for healthcare. The federal government offered $4.6 billion only, and the government's trying to claim that this is good news. Is there, Mr. Speaker, anything more sacred in terms of the mission of the government than taking care of people? There are people who are sick. There are healthcare workers who are at their end of their rope. What could be more important than offering them support? But this government is trying to claim that it's there to meet the needs. The premiers of Quebec and the provinces know what the needs are. They know how much money they need. And, this government, this federal government, isn't able to manage borders and passports. They claim that they know what it takes to improve the healthcare systems in Quebec and the rest of and elsewhere in Canada. We can't take that seriously, Mr. Speaker. Over $200 billion is needed over 10 years. That's the minimum. Ottawa has come back with $46 billion. So that's $230 billion that are needed that won't come over the next 10 years. Yesterday's announcement means that underfunding of healthcare is going to continue for the next 10 years. That's what's happening here. The Liberals promised a substantial offer. Instead, we got a substantial disappointment. And it's the patients of Quebec and Canada who are going to pay the price for that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians cherish public health care. It's part of our national identity, a social contract that ensures we'll be cared for when we're vulnerable, regardless of the size of our bank account. It's an affirmation of our collective commitment to equality and justice. But our healthcare system is in crisis. Emergency rooms are overwhelmed, healthcare workers are burning out, millions of Canadians lack access to a primary care provider, and patients are facing massive backlogs for surgeries, diagnostics, and other procedures. Although the COVID-19 pandemic has undeniably placed enormous strain on our healthcare system, it didn't cause the current crisis. It exposed it. In fact, its roots can be traced back to decades of poor policy choices and underfunding by successive Conservative and Liberal governments. When our health system was first created, it was based on a 50-50 cost-sharing partnership between Ottawa and the provinces. But over the years, the federal government's contribution has declined far below that. This has profoundly shifted the fiscal burden for healthcare delivery and exacerbated pressures caused by an aging population, technology advances, and increasingly expensive treatments and pharmaceutical drugs. The results of this are clear to see on the front lines of care. Where Canada used to have 6.9 hospital beds per 1,000 people, we now have just 2.5. 1 in 5 Canadians can't access a family doctor, the primary portal into our healthcare system. And Canada now ranks near the very bottom of the OECD in the number of physicians per 1,000 and wait times for essential care. Tommy Douglas warned Canadians about the threat posed by this subtle strangulation strategy. He understood that opponents of public health care would attempt to starve our system of resources to lay the groundwork for private, for-profit care. Unfortunately, his prediction appears dangerously accurate. Across Canada, Conservative premiers are exploiting the current crisis to pursue privatization with the tacit approval of this federal government. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith has brazenly called for patients to fundraise for their own health care needs. Her government is implementing health savings accounts, a Trojan horse to inject user fees and private care into Alberta's health system. In a recent throne speech, Manitoba Premier Heather Stefanson announced her government's intention to expand private partnerships to deliver health care. And Ontario Premier Doug Ford is planning to divert funding from his province's hospitals towards for-profit surgical clinics. This move is expected to benefit clinic owners with a windfall of over $500 million. We know this approach is a false solution that will exacerbate the current crisis. Just last year, in an exhaustive review of the evidence in the Cambie Surgeries case, the BC Court of Appeal unanimously ruled that allowing more private care in a parallel system is more expensive, fundamentally unfair, and ultimately counterproductive. They found what experts and patients have long known. Privatization means line skipping for the rich, a drain on workers from the public system already short of staff, and longer wait times for everyone else. It's also poor economic policy. For-profit delivery drives up costs in the short term and makes us dangerously vulnerable to corporate ransom in the long term. It is a frontal assault on our public health care system, and it must be stopped in its tracks. Unfortunately, this government has demonstrated a troubling lack of concern in the face of this privatization agenda. The Prime Minister has even called Doug Ford's for-profit clinic scheme an example of, quote, innovation. This should come as no surprise. While the Liberals may claim to defend public health care, their record demonstrates otherwise. After promising to negotiate a new health accord in the 2015 election, the Liberal government instead adopted the very health transfer formula imposed by Stephen Harper. By unilaterally cutting annual federal transfer increases from 6% to 3%, when the need to tread water was 5.2%, Harper had baked in a recipe for systemic decay. The Liberals' decision to adopt that funding formula has deprived our healthcare system of over $30 billion to date. Now, after years of inaction in the face of a growing crisis, the Liberal government has come forward with the bare minimum needed to address this deliberate underfunding. While initially indicating that it was offering nearly $200 billion for healthcare over the next decade, a claim repeated by the Prime Minister today in this chamber, it turns out that 3/4 of that money is existing Canada Health Transfer funding that would have flowed to the provinces and territories without any new agreement. In reality, there's only $4.6 billion per year in new federal spending on the table, and that has to be split between 10 provinces and 3 territories. To put this in perspective, total healthcare spending in Canada for 2022 was $331 billion, according to the Canadian Institute for Health Information. Now, while this additional federal funding is urgently needed to help stabilize our healthcare system, it is far from sufficient to provide the generational fix that we need to the current crisis. It is a Band-Aid solution for a gaping wound. As Dr. Kevin Smith, president of Toronto's University Health Network, just noted, if we look at the demands, the number of new Canadians we're expecting in every year, and the aging of the population, this may come close to addressing inflation. It won't come close to addressing massive transformation. Canada's nurses are already expressing discouragement. Most troubling of all, the federal proposal leaves the door wide open for premiers who are pursuing private, for-profit healthcare schemes. New Democrats have strongly asserted the condition that additional public dollars must go to public care. And yet, the Prime Minister did not raise a single concern with the premiers about their privatization plans at yesterday's summit, nor did he attach a single condition of his funding proposal to prevent it. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need their federal government to champion public health care instead of standing back while conservative premiers and others seek to systematically dismantle it. Real innovation is better support for health professionals, shorter wait times in hospitals, and access to care based on need. It's expanded team-based care, preventative care, and supports for aging at home. It's universal access to prescription drugs, dental care, and mental health care. New Democrats will never stop fighting to protect, strengthen, and expand public health care across Canada. We know that we can deliver a public health care system that is world-class, timely, and accessible for all. But this will not happen without national leadership, a full financial partnership, and unwavering commitment to equity. This government's offer yesterday is but a start to what needs to be done. New Democrats will continue to do our part to build the high-quality public health care system that Canadians want, need, and deserve.
I believe the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands had a point of order.
I don't think it's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking for unanimous consent from the Green Party to be allowed to speak on the ministerial statement on the urgent need for health care protection in this country.
Is it agreed? I'm hearing no's. Thank you. So I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement that the deferred recorded divisions government orders will be extended by 82 minutes. Rapport de délégation
Report from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The 22nd report, entitled Report of the Federal Election Boundaries Commission for Prince Edward Island 2022. And the 23rd report, Report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for Newfoundland and Labrador 2022.
Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 24th report later this day.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
Thank you. Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. Oh, sorry, it was a request from unanimous consent. I should back up the bus for a second here. All opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried. Okay. All right, let's go back to, and there was quite a rush for this one. Presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today and present a petition of great concern to residents of my community, and that is on the subject of electoral reform. The petitioners call for this Parliament to establish a National Citizens' Assembly for electoral reform, to require the Citizens' Assembly to complete its work within 12 months, and to adopt recommended changes before the next federal election so that Canadians can experience for the first time fair voting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to present a petition on behalf of Ahmadiyya Muslims living in Pakistan. Through Section 48A of the Pakistan Elections Act of 2017, Ahmadiyya Muslims in Pakistan have been effectively denied the right to vote and essentially have been disenfranchised from the full and equal participation of a citizen's democratic right to vote because of their faith. In fact, they must renounce their faith in order to be placed on a separate electoral list. And so those who have signed this petition are asking for the government and the House of Commons to urge the Pakistani government to immediately repeal Section 48A of the Elections Act and permit Ahmadiyya Muslims to vote alongside all other citizens of Pakistan as part of a joint electorate. And they urge the asks the federal government to urge the Pakistani government to create fair and democratic election processes for all Pakistanis without discrimination or prejudice or mention of anyone's religion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honour for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm presenting 3 petitions today. I'm honored to present a petition on behalf of constituents who remind us that the toxic drug supply and overdose crisis is one of the most deadly public health emergencies of our lifetime. And on average, someone dies every 2 hours. They call on the government to declare a national public health emergency, develop a pan-Canadian overdose action plan. They talk about other reforms, including decriminalization, flawed drug policy and policing reforms, and the need for funding for programming and supports. I have 3 petitions. I'm also presenting a petition from Canadians who note the harmful impacts of fireworks, the impacts on the environment, animal welfare, and on people who suffer from PTSD. They note there are amazing alternatives for visual light shows with drones, and they call on the government to replace fireworks with these alternatives. I am presenting a petition that focuses on the fact that Canadian companies are contributing to human rights abuses and environmental damage around the world. They call on the government to adopt due diligence legislation that would require companies to do due diligence to prevent human rights abuses and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains, to have meaningful consequences for these companies and a legal right for people to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For months now, I've had residents of Winnipeg North sign a petition asking for the federal government to work along with the provinces in dealing with the issue of health care. Health care being this important issue that we all know that it is, Madam Speaker, and given the fact that the Prime Minister and the Premiers had discussions yesterday and billions of dollars has followed, I thought it was most timely to present this particular petition, which calls on the federal government to be able to provide that extra care that's necessary on issues such as mental health, long-term care, and additional financial commitments, support healthcare workers, and it's glad to see that many of the questions posed in the petition have actually been answered too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to remind the honourable member he's to read summarize what's in the petition and not add to that through other means. Presenting petitions, the honourable member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to share a petition on behalf of petitioners who want to draw the attention of this House of Commons to the fact that Canada has signed the Paris Agreement, and the signatories to the Paris Agreement are required to pursue efforts to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. They call on the Government of Canada to take bold climate action, and that includes setting targets that align with lowering Canada's emissions in line with the 1.5 degree target, working with provinces to phase out coal-fired electricity, ending thermal coal exports, and investing in the transition to a prosperous, decarbonized economy. Thank you.
Excellent petition. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions of the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Again, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. resuming consideration, government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
Resuming debate. Then the honourable member should get up as well. So the honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government has 1 minute for questions and comments. Yes, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
If my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to the announcement with respect to the battery plant in the Kingston area.
The honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader for the Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, first, I just want to take the opportunity to welcome Duncan Vendetti to Parliament Hill today. Duncan is a grade 6 student from Our Lady of Lourdes School in Kingston, and there's no doubt, Madam Speaker, mark my words, he will one day be sitting in this House. I'm sure he'll be on this side of the aisle, but good news for my Conservative colleagues. I'm sure they'll get along much better with Duncan than they do with me. In terms of the battery manufacturing plant, you know, this is a great example of how this piece of legislation lends itself to the minister being able to establish and bring new relationships to Canada, just like he has done by bringing to Canada the Umicore project, which will set up the largest electric vehicle battery manufacturing plant in North America, right outside of my riding in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honourable colleagues, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on behalf of the residents of Davenport in support of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. The Investment Act of Canada, for those who may not know, is designed to encourage investment, economic growth, and employment in Canada. It is a very important act for our federal government because as we continue to try to create a stronger culture of innovation in Canada, as our economy moves increasingly from tangibles to intangible or non-physical assets, as intellectual property becomes more important, and as we work to define the freedom to operate rules in Canada, acts like the Investment Act of Canada are very, very important. It's also an act, Madam Speaker, that provides mechanisms to review foreign investment in Canada to ensure that foreign investment is a net benefit to Canada and does not harm national security. The rules in the Act are established to provide investor certainty while giving Canada the ability to block individual investments under specific circumstances. So, Madam Speaker, this Act is critical to ensure a prosperous economic future for Canada and to guide the right type of investments in our country. So let's review some of the key changes that are being proposed by Bill C-34 to the Investment Canada Act. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, it's not the first time we've made changes to this Act, but it is probably the largest set of amendments that we have proposed since 2009. So the first thing it does is it introduces a pre-implementation filing requirement for specific investments. This will give the Canadian government more tools to review any proposed investments in sensitive business sectors. It would also give the authority for our Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, in consultation with our Minister of Public Safety, to order further national security reviews of investments. It updates penalties to strengthen deterrence of any behaviors that we may not want. It introduces the authority for the Minister of Industry, again in consultation with the Minister of Public Safety, to impose interim conditions on an investment to reduce the risk of national security injury taking place during the course of the review itself, such as through the possible transfer of assets, intellectual property, or trade secrets before the review is complete. Fifth, Madam Speaker, the Act provides greater flexibility in mitigating national security risks by allowing the Minister of Innovation, in collaboration with the Minister of Public Safety, to impose binding undertakings on investors. And these undertakings would have to demonstrate that they adequately mitigate the national security risks that would arise from the investment in question. Finally, the bill would allow Canada to share case-specific information with international counterparts to help protect common security interests. So, Madam Speaker, the Investment Canada Act not only sets out the rules that will encourage more investment and trade in Canada, but it also includes a number of measures that serves to protect any investments, foreign-made investments that are made in Canada as well. So, Madam Speaker, The economy is changing, the global trade and investment environment is changing, and so must our rules, legislations, and regulations to ensure that Canada is able to attract the best foreign investments and trade that will encourage economic growth, innovation, and employment opportunities in Canada, while also protecting Canada's national security and interests as it relates to trade and foreign investments. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is not the first time that our Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry has updated the Investment Canada Act. He has done so at least 3 times over the last couple of years. The first in March 2021, it was updated he updated the national security guidelines in light of the then evolving national security concerns to include investments involving sensitive personal data, sensitive technologies, and critical minerals, as well as investments by state-owned or state-influenced investors. The second time we adjusted it, our federal government acted again in February 2022, when Russia began its unprovoked and illegal attacks against Ukraine, creating an environment of heightened national security and economic risks. At that time, Madam Speaker, we put out a policy advising clearly that any investment with ties to Russia will only be found to be of net benefit to Canada on an exceptional basis. Moreover, any foreign investments with ties to the Russian state will also be viewed as potentially harmful to Canada's national security. And finally, a third time that we've updated the Investment Canada Act is when the federal government announced a new policy related to foreign investment in Canadian critical mineral sectors. The policy advised that any investment by state-influenced investors in the critical mineral sector will only be approved as being a net benefit to Canada on an exceptional basis, and then we took quick action to block transactions that would be injurious to Canada's national security, and the government ordered the divestiture of investments by 3 foreign companies in Canadian critical mineral companies. So this announcement was a change in procedure, and it's also part of our efforts to modernize and improve the administration of Canada's investment review regime. So despite previously having the authority to announce decisions of this nature, the Government of Canada had traditionally not done so. So again, Madam Speaker, not the first time of updating the Investment Canada Act. Indeed, this bill is the latest in a series of actions our government has taken to ensure that we have the right tools and flexibility to protect Canada's national security interest. And in turn, I believe that this will ensure an investment climate in Canada that's positive for economic growth, both now and in the future. Let me take a moment to relay some of the great investments that we have already made in the area of innovation, of science, of technology, with an eye to the future, Madam Speaker. And for me, these are the types of investments that absolutely sets Canada up for success, both now and in the future. In late January 2023, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, he announced an investment of $100 million through the strategic...
Point of order, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
This bill is about foreign direct investment in Canada. It's not about providing subsidies to foreign companies to operate battery plants. So I would ask the member if she would stick.
Just remind the honourable member that there is some latitude during speeches, and I'm sure that the honourable member will come back to the original bill that's before the House. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I was talking about and highlighting some of the great investments that we have already made that are innovative and very much sets Canada up and Canadians up for success. So I talked about at the end of January 2023, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry announced an investment of $100 million through the Strategic Innovation Fund to support Saskatchewan's BHP $7.5 billion project to develop its world-leading low-emissions potash fund. This innovation, to me, is one of the many, many investments that we are making that's going to help to make sure that we will be reaching our net zero targets by 2050. In mid-January of this year, our Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry announced the launch of Canada's National Quantum Strategy, which will shape the future of quantum technologies in Canada and help create thousands of jobs. It's an investment of $360 million, and the strategy will amplify Canada's existing quantum research and grow quantum technologies, companies, and talent. And then just another couple of things that I'm really proud that we've done. Our Minister of Innovation has also signed MOUs with Volkswagen to investigate opportunities for Canada to contribute to Volkswagen's global and regional battery supply chains, which will be of mutual benefit to both of our countries and will advance our respective EV and energy agendas. And another great MOU I want to point out is the one we signed with Mercedes-Benz to look at opportunities, to promote cooperation, and to explore ways to advance opportunities across Canada's electric vehicle supply chain, including but not limited to securing sustainable sources of raw materials moving forward. So I know that we are running out of time, but maybe I'll just mention one more thing that I'm very proud of is in 2019 we set up the Innovation Asset Collective, which is a $30 million pilot that very much helps Canadian clean tech companies harness the value and power of the IP to maximize the value of their intangible assets and set the stage.
Point of order, the honourable member Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I hate to have to do this, Madam Speaker, but in the time since you ruled on the previous point of order, we haven't had any connection yet to the bill. So perhaps through you, we could remind her to tie this to the bill, because we're actually talking about Bill C-34, not a laundry list of funding announcements by the government that have nothing to do with the bill.
Again, there is a bit of latitude, but the honourable member is correct. I would want to remind those who are doing speeches today, who are speaking on this, that they should be referencing the bill and mentioning maybe the bill during their allocation. So the honourable member for Davenport has 30 seconds to continue.
Oh, I thought I had a minute left, Madam Speaker, but I will say that for all the reasons that I just want to state to everyone who had talked about a point of order, I very much outlined exactly what the bill is meant to do and why it's important to be part of the Investment Canada Act, and why it's so important for both current and future economic success for Canada. So what I'd like to say is, Madam Speaker, as we create a culture around intellectual property, as we work to translate invention to innovation, as we work to educate and protect IP generated from R&D investment, as we continue to encourage and need foreign investment and trade in Canada, it's important to modernize our Investment Canada Act for the good of our economy, for jobs, for current and future prosperity, and to protect our national security interests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Fortunately, yeah. So the honourable member's time is up. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's under questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first half of the member's speech was a bit on this bill. The last half obviously wasn't. I would like to ask the member this. In 2017, she's a member of a government that sent a letter to a company in BC to say it's okay to be bought by a state-owned enterprise. The Minister of Industry said that from China. In 2019, the minister did it. That company, by the way, was called Hytera from China. In 2019, this government didn't even do a national security review of that or of the acquisition of our only lithium mine called Tanco in Manitoba. So I'd like the member to please enlighten this House with their extensive reading of the bill. Which clause in this bill will stop that from happening in the future?
Before I go to the honourable member's answer, I just need to read this. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised at the adjournment tonight.
Climate change, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre, Health, and the honourable member for Nunavut, Indigenous Affairs. The honourable member for Davenport can respond to the honourable member's question.
Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I will say to you that the changes that are being proposed to the Investment Canada Act will provide more flexibility and agility to our minister to be able to make these types of decisions in the future. I will also say to you that my understanding is that he's always advised by our national security advisors, and so we will always be taking direction from those who provide us advice, and that's the reason we're also here, is we're constantly modernizing our act to make sure that the national security interests of Canada continue to be protected. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Rimouski, Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. No.
Député de Pierre Boucher.
Oh, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the colleague across for her interesting speech. But what's unfortunate is that there is a major problem in C-34, and I don't understand why the government has not taken action on this. It had an opportunity to modernize the Investment Canada Act and to look at matters of national security. That's great. But there's also another aspect, analyzing the threshold that goes from $1.3 and $1.9 billion before an investment analysis is carried out of net benefits. And doesn't my colleague think that it's a shame not to look at investments under that threshold?
I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. Thank you so much. Look, as I mentioned before, the Investment Canada Act provides for both the net benefit and national security reviews of foreign investments into Canada. We have proposed a number of changes in this particular act. This assuming it passes second reading in this House and it goes to committee, there's many opportunities to be able to consider other amendments that might strengthen this bill. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. But one of the concerns I have and the NDP has about this bill is that we should be looking more closely at transactions where a company is being taken over by a state-owned enterprise. A lot of the member from South Shore St. Margaret's mentioned Chinese investments. We had a case in British Columbia where Anbang Insurance bought Retirement Concepts, a local British Columbia a company that operates long-term care facilities in BC. That company was then taken over by the Chinese government, and yet there's no automatic trigger for an analysis there. And I think we should have that in this bill when you have had a takeover by a foreign state-owned enterprise.
The honourable member for Davenport has just a little over a minute to respond.
I think I could probably be faster than that, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I also want to thank him for his important work on this file. I will say to you that, as I mentioned, it's not the first time we've updated the Investment Canada Act. We've taken a number of actions that we can ensure that we have the right tools and flexibility to protect Canada's national security interests. As I've mentioned previously, it will, assuming it passes second reading in this House, it will go to committee, and there's many opportunities there for us to have debate and to talk about what additional elements we might want to see in this bill. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say right away that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. I hope I got his writing right. I might have got it a bit mixed up, because I know that I also have a long writing name, and I know that very often people don't get it quite right. Same thing with my name, actually. But anyway, let's be serious. We're here today to discuss Bill C-34. So far, we've discussed national security. We've talked a lot about strengthening the minister's powers in order to take action on national security, and that's not a bad thing. Of course, the bill could have gone even farther. In fact, I think we could say that the minister could certainly have been given the authority to go farther, but I want to raise a different concern that I have, a concern that unfortunately this bill does not address. In the Investment Canada Act, there are several factors. First of all, when people come from abroad and say, I want to buy a business, or I want to invest in a mine, or I want to start a research business, any major significant investment from abroad, businesses or people who want to invest will have to fill out a form, a notice, and say there will be money that will be invested here. And then the federal government can look at it and decide whether it wants to analyze the investment. It can do so under the national security criteria, which is what we're seeing here with this bill to strengthen the minister's authorities. And then there's another criterion for analysis, which has to do with net benefits for Canada, and that's something a little more vague and difficult to pin down. And I would say that in the current legislation, there really isn't much in the way of specifics. It leaves a lot of leeway to the minister to decide. Now, of course, sometimes it's good for the minister to have some leeway because there can be unpredictable events that happen, and that means that the minister should be able to exercise their judgment. But it would be good to have more proactivity and accountability from this government when it comes to how this legislation should be used. For example, when I was elected in 2015, the threshold for the analysis, because the minister doesn't have to carry out this review, because a review is only mandatory over a certain threshold. And when I was elected, it was 369 million, but now, because it was indexed, and I think it's been indexed in a rather wild fashion, because now in 2023, the threshold is between 1.3 billion and 1.9 billion, so it's changed a lot.
Transactions aren't examined if they're under that threshold. Any transaction under that threshold. $1.3 billion, those are companies that Canada doesn't have agreements with, and $1.9 billion is if there are agreements like the UK, the European Union, etc. What that means is that for Quebec companies that are very important for Quebec's economy, which is very different than the Canadian economy, which is based on branches of American companies largely. In Quebec, it's more small businesses that have grown with hard work, and sometimes they even make it to the stock market. Among the significant publicly traded companies in Quebec that aren't protected currently, there's a significant company like Les Industries de la Zonde, $800 million on the stock market, Cascade, $900 million, Transcontinental, $1.3 billion, and Produits Forestiers Désolés, $1.7 billion in stock capitalization. These are all companies that tomorrow morning, if there's an American big shot or a big shot from any other country on the planet, if they say, look, I want to buy this, the minister wouldn't even look. It's just rubber stamped. That's it. That's all. The company is gone. These are strategic companies that are significant for Quebec's national interest. The federal government wouldn't even look at it. They wouldn't even take the time to analyze the transaction. That's quite something, Madam Speaker. Even worse, in some situations, there are reviews, but they're not always very rigorous. I'll give you an example. In my riding, I had a company called Rona. In Quebec, everyone knows Rona. It's an important hardware store that sells all of our construction materials that we use in our homes. In 2016, it was sold for $3.2 billion to Lowe's, a company in the same sector, an American one. $3.2 billion is what it was sold for. What happened? There was a review that had to be held because it was beyond the threshold of $369 million of the time. But what happened? Just after the transaction, we found out that there was potential wrongdoing, that the board of directors had been laid off or had to step down, with the Caisse de Dépôt, which organized their exit to facilitate the sale of Rona because they had blocked it in 2012 the first time. That president of the Caisse de Dépôt is Michael Sabian. He works for the Liberals now. When we found that out, we wrote to Minister Baines and we said, look, before approving this transaction, look at this. Can we put it on pause to see if it's a good idea or not for Quebec? What happened, Madam Speaker? The minister rubber stamped it. He didn't ask a single question. And then the company was gone. It's sad, Madam Speaker, because what happened with that company today? It was sold for $400 million US when it was purchased for the first time for $3.2 billion. $3.2 billion to $400 million US. A major failure. It was sold for pennies on the dollar to an American company after Lowe's failed in Quebec. So on what basis did the minister make his decision? How did he think about this? Because there's supposed to be a review under what we talked about earlier, Canada's net advantage. So we made an access to information request to find out the minister, what documents did he use to make the decision, what analysis. The answer we received, it's pretty shocking, Madam Speaker. It said we proceeded to do a complete review, and we regret to inform you that we didn't find any documents that respond to your request. No documents, nothing. The minister made his decision by analyzing Canada's net advantage based on no documents, no analysis, Madam Speaker. That's the rigorous analysis of the Liberals for a company of $3.2 billion. That was huge for Quebec and strategic. Because when you go to a hardware store, what do you buy? Construction materials. Construction materials, these are products that often come from raw materials. What do we produce here? Wood, nails, shovels, all these sorts of things. These are products that we have in Quebec that we're able to produce and that are on the shelves of these stores. What happens if it's purchased by a foreign company? Well, the foreign company already has suppliers. An American company would say, I'll take American suppliers, I'm used to dealing with them. So Quebec suppliers are out, and that's what happened, unfortunately. Quebec suppliers lost orders. Today, Rona is going to have a second chance with a new owner. We hope that it will go better. But it's sad, Madam Speaker, because what happened is, among other things, the fault of the Liberals, who didn't even look at whether the transaction was good, even if it was above the threshold. Excuse me. Madam Speaker, I find it very odd. Often we think when there's a company that comes here from abroad and they must be better than us, they're bigger, they're unbeatable, we have no choice, we have to make the sale, and that's it. But Madam Speaker, think of Target. When Target came, we closed Zellers, it was a fire sale, Target's going to be here, it'll wipe everyone out. What happened? Target didn't even last a year and they closed their doors. Same thing when you think of Provigo. Provigo is a Quebec grocery store that has competition. There's Loblaws that exists in the market that is competing with Metro. But before there were other players. And unfortunately, when Provigo disappeared, what was the result? The prices went up in grocery stores and less competition. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And today, Loblaws in Quebec, we don't see them because they saw that Provigo didn't work. It's not because a foreign company arrives here that it's going to succeed, because we're also able to have good, solid companies, and we need to be proud of them, and we need to ask questions before we rubber stamp things. So this government, unfortunately, doesn't seem to understand that. And unfortunately, in C-34, they had an opportunity to do more to defend our companies from here, and they didn't do it. And that's very disappointing to me, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I take a look at this, at the legislation, what I see is a modernization that's in essence going to enable the ministers in particular to be able to continue what I believe is a healthy history where Canada has been perceived in real terms, been an attraction like a magnet to foreign investment. And what we're talking about here is ensuring that there's more transparency and accountability and being able to protect and provide security going forward in a better way. So the principles of the legislation, I believe, are worthy of supporting no matter what side of the House one comes from. And I'm wondering if the member from the bloc would not concur that at the very least this is legislation that should be going to committee. And hopefully it happens relatively soon.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. What he's saying is that they're modernizing the bill. It's a good thing. You should be happy. I'm happy that it's being modernized a bit. But what's sad is that there needs to be rigor, but there's no rigor here. Could there be a bill where there could be higher standards? That's what I would like to see, and I'd be happier about that. Because, for example, with foreign investment, we'll take a number. In 2021, 2022, there were many notices of investment, over 1,000. How many were reviewed? Not even 1% of investments were investigated. It's totally crazy, but that's what we see from this government. They let everything go through and they've lost control.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the member. I won't try to repeat the name of his writing. It's too long for me. But I would ask him, and I found his speech very interesting, particularly the issue of the question of whether or not there was actually any documents to support the minister's decision on the acquisition of those. But I would like to ask in particular, in the last Parliament, the unanimous report of the Industry Committee, recommendation number 1, was that the state-owned enterprise financial ceiling or for review by the government be lowered from $415 million from a hostile country like China to 0. This bill does not propose any changes to that limit, which means that state-owned enterprises can buy up anything they like in this country under $415 million. I'd like the members' views on whether you'd like to see amendments to this bill in that area.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Les-Prieurres-Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, I totally agree with the Conservative member on his comment. It makes no sense. It makes no sense that a state-owned enterprise, not just private foreign enterprises, but state-owned enterprises can buy anything under the threshold he mentioned, and it's not even looked at. The question isn't even asked if it's a good thing or not. It should be automatic that when a state-owned enterprise buys a company here, well, it doesn't mean we'd block it. The idea is not to block everything, and it's the same thing for private interests. The idea is to look at it and to ask questions before letting everything go through, because right now we have our head in the sand and we don't see what's going on. We're blind.
Brief question. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank the member for his speech. The government allowed Chinese insurance giant Anbang to take over operations of senior living facilities. This company that was then seized by the Chinese government, which holds now a 98% ownership stake. There are no provisions in the Investment Canada Act that allow for a review of subsequent acquisitions by state-owned companies. Does the member support closing this loophole?
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Les-Prieurres-Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I agree with my colleague from the NDP who raises a very good point. And I'd add something. Out of sight, out of mind. That's a general principle. The more the management is far from operation, the less the well-being and the results are of interest to them. So the more the owner is far away, well, there's less accountability, and they wouldn't take into account of our national interests in their daily decisions, and that's something we need to keep in mind when we authorize transactions. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimousket, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my turn to speak. So Bill C-34, which amends the Investment Canada Act, has good intentions. We can say that, Madam Speaker. It improves controls and increases the powers of the Minister of Science, Innovation and Industry over foreign investment in Canada. The Bloc Québécois, of course, fully supports this desire to better protect the economy of Quebec and Canada from foreign interests that could be detrimental to us. The new review process is essentially a copy of what is done in the United States. With its adoption, we increase the chances that the Americans will always consider us a reliable partner, a condition for being a preferred supplier well integrated into their supply chains. In a context where protectionist reflexes are on the rise among our neighbors to the south and could seriously disrupt our economy, this is an important asset, and the Bloc Québécois welcomes it. Bill C-34, Madam Speaker, also complements the new Critical Minerals Directive the government adopted in October 2022, which affects 31 minerals considered critical to the continued economic prosperity of Canada and its allies. In doing so, C-34 and the new Critical Minerals Directive would help curb the Chinese takeover of our natural resources. All of these developments are positive, but they are very partial. This is why the Bloc is asking the government to go further, much further, in controlling foreign investment in general. The bill before us is limited to investments that affect national security. This category of investment is extremely sensitive, and targeting it is justified. However, it represents a tiny fraction of all foreign investment in Canada. You'll understand, Madam Speaker, that the safety net is not enough in the Act. I'll share a few numbers with you. Of the 1,255 investment projects filed last year, the new rules proposed by C-34 would result in only 24 projects being reviewed. That's the equivalent of a grain of sand on the beach. When this bill would affect only 2% of all investment projects filed last year. The remaining 1,221 investments from last year would remain subject to the old rules. These rules provide for a review to determine whether a project actually provides a net economic benefit to Canada. 6 criteria are then applied to analyze whether a transaction is beneficial, except that this review is only conducted when a project exceeds a certain monetary threshold, as my colleague from Pierre Boucher explained, and therein lies the rub. Over the years, the threshold at which the government must assess whether the investment project is economically advantageous has been considerably increased. In the last 10 years, it has more than tripled. But investment projects have also gone up over the years, and we need to take that into account. So the consequences of this is that virtually all projects are automatically approved without further review. Last year, of the 1,255 projects submitted, only 8 were reviewed under the Investment Canada Act. You heard me right, Madam Speaker. 8 projects out of a total of 1,255 were submitted for review under the Act. That is less than 1%. When the member for Winnipeg North said they're amending the Act, it's good. You're putting forward a bill that doesn't even look at 1%. That's not very ambitious. That's like what you did yesterday with the health transfers. So that's a rate of 10% in 2009. In reality, this measure has essentially become ineffective over time. It might as well not exist, and it wouldn't make much of a difference. We end up in a situation where foreign investments are automatically accepted without analysis, except for exceptional cases. Less than 1%, well, that's exceptional. Madam Speaker, you know that I love history. And I think to build the future, we need to know the past to avoid mistakes and to learn from what we did well. So I'll share a few ideas from history with my colleagues to explain why it's necessary to do more for foreign investment control. Since the Quiet Revolution, the government of Quebec has acquired important economic and financial levers. These tools allow it to pursue a policy of economic nationalism aimed at giving Quebecers greater control over their economy. This does not mean that Quebec is closed to foreign investment. Of course, we are open to it, which is a vector for growth and development. But we believe that we must first support our own companies to help them grow and seek to preserve the important decision-making levers that are our head offices. The former Premier Bernard Landry promoted free trade in North America, NAFTA, which was signed with the United States and Mexico at the beginning of the 1990s. The Quebec strategy has worked, Madam Speaker, by focusing on the development of its companies. Quebec has seen the growth of several flagships whose head offices are located in Quebec. The presence of head offices should not be overlooked. We can see it with the numbers. There are 578 head offices present in Quebec. That's about 50,000 jobs, offering a salary twice as high as the Quebec average. In addition, head offices provide nearly 20,000 other jobs in specialized service providers, such as accounting, legal, financial, and IT firms. Structurally, Companies with head offices in Quebec also tend to favor procurement from local suppliers, which creates a virtuous economic circle. Finally, companies tend to concentrate their strategic activities, such as scientific research and technological development, where their head office is located. As the Bloc Québécois science and innovation critic, I must emphasize the importance of this characteristic, given that Canada ranks last in the G7 in terms of business investment in research and development. This statistic is probably not unrelated to the fact that the Canadian economy has always been recognized as a subsidiary economy. One can think of the automotive sector with Ford Canada and GM Canada, or the oil sector with Shell Canada and Imperial Oil of the world. The examples show the pernicious effects that foreign investment can have when they are ill-advised on our economy and our prosperity even. The loss of decision-making power and head offices which would have our decisions made by foreigners, and then the weakening of the Montreal Financial Centre as a global financial hub, the total dependence of our companies on foreign suppliers and supply chains that are more fragile than ever.
Et on l'a vu, Madame la Présidente, ça, bien sûr, durant...
Our supply chains are weaker than ever. We saw that very clearly during the COVID-19 pandemic, Speaker. Also, our lands are being taken over by wealthy foreigners who don't share our priorities for our values. We should not be losing any control over our natural resources, the greatest source of wealth and richness of our lands. C-34 is concentrating exclusively on national security, so it does not in fact tackle loss of control over our lands and natural resources. I urge the government to amend this law to make it a lot more ambitious and a lot bolder. I encourage the government to overhaul the entirety of the Investment Canada Act, not just as relates to national security. The Bloc Québécois is a constructive partner in this House, and we have 3 tangible changes to suggest. First, to lower the financial thresholds. Second, to pay attention to leading-edge sectors like natural resource sectors. And third, to deal with the patents for intellectual property. So we hope that the government will truly modernize the law.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm encouraged the member has actually, towards the tail end, made reference to the idea that, yeah, there could be some room for improving, making the legislation better. And it's one of the reasons why I'm hopeful that member would, in fact, share those thoughts with the minister. And ultimately, let's see the legislation go to committee. The member made reference at the beginning of his speech in regards to this whole 1% factor. And we also need to recognize that it's not, there are some industries in which need to be given more attention than other industries. IT, technology, as an example. And I think that's another area in which maybe the committee could be looking at. And I'm wondering if he could just provide some additional thoughts in regards to those industries in which he would think right offhand, I don't expect a list, but right offhand in which he believes there should be more attention given to.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for a question. You know, that was a really good question. I like that question, that type of question. It's really concise, it's on topic, it's not confrontative, and it's not arrogant either. To answer the question tangibly, Madam Speaker, we have many economic sectors. Business sectors, for example, biopharmaceuticals. At the beginning of the 2000s, Canada, and especially Quebec, had many pharmaceutical businesses, but they've all flown the coop. Why? Well, underinvestment in R&D, there's been underinvestment in programs to develop them. So, Madam Speaker, I think that we need to concentrate on our expertise. We are living in a global economy, and competition is really steep and ferocious. But the colleague should be aware that Canada is the only G7 country to have reduced its R&D investment. And Canada is still the only G7 country that's not managing to stimulate growth of private businesses. And as I explained in my speech, when we lose headquarters, we lose decision-making powers, and we also lose jobs. Jobs are not created when we lose headquarters. It's important for us to understand that. If we let foreigners decide for us, that's not helpful for us. Question, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Speaker, and in response to the member from Winnipeg North, I'll add food as one of the ones that should be on the list. But my question is around the issue of assets. The Canada Investment Act is focused on companies, but more and more we're seeing Canadian companies sell strategic assets that they own, sometimes to countries that are not favorable to us. They can be a mine that's an asset that they sell off while the company remains Canadian, or it could be a technology, or it could be even data in our intangible asset world. So I'm wondering if the member could speak to the issue that the committee, if it goes to committee, which I believe it will, this bill, should be looking at in terms of the areas of assets in addition to just companies.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjaté-Misquoit-Basque, and I'll ask him to keep his replies a bit shorter, because we'd like to have another question too. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, it's a very interesting topic, so we shouldn't take any intellectual shortcuts, as we often see being the case in this House. So with all due respect to you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, my colleague from Pierre Boucher, Les Verts Patriotes, very clearly explained that Rona, a business, was bought by foreign interests, by Lowe's, who then sold it for a couple of crumbs. The government had originally invested, but it was sold for $400 million. It was worth $3 billion. We can look at that example. That's an example of a total failure.
Alan Power River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his speech, and of course my concern coming from British Columbia is we saw a Chinese company come in and buy a lot of seniors' homes. And when I look at this piece of legislation, there's still a significant loophole that doesn't make sure that if it's taken over by the government of China, as it was, there's no process for Investment Canada or the minister to be able to review the next acquisition. So I'm just wondering if this is something that he would support the NDP in looking at in the committee.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjaté-Misquoit-Basque. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I spoke to this briefly during my speech. Those with foreign interests who come to invest in Canada, they don't necessarily have at heart our social values. So, for example, for seniors' homes, that would be important. We need to consider that those with foreign interests don't always prioritize Canadian interests. So my colleague brings up a very interesting example. I talked about our lands being taken over, but we need to feed ourselves. We need to feed Canadians. And so, of course, you can count on the Bloc Québécois collaboration.
Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to all of my colleagues. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, I rise today to speak to an act to amend the Investment Canada Act as relates to national security. Today, our government is proposing substantial modifications in order to modernize the act. We never hesitate to act quickly and decisively. We need to act quickly and decisively when our national security is threatened, and that is our priority with this bill. Our goal is to modernize the Investment Canada Act. The amendments and changes we are proposing will make Canada more agile and give us more authority to deal with the potential threats that can result from foreign investments. This will also help make Canada continue to be a destination of choice for doing business. Today, I will be talking to you about the impacts of foreign investments in key sectors of our economy, especially these past few years. Today, now more than ever, we know and we recognize the importance of making sure that we're doing absolutely everything we can do to work towards a strong, innovative green economy. This is essential for businesses and investors. Businesses and investors need Canada to have a clear and predictable system. But, Madam Speaker, as you know, Canada is one of the best places in the world to do business. We have a great business climate. Businesses that invest in Canada are dealing with stable policy, strong infrastructure, strong security, and a work environment, a business environment that fosters innovation. This is good for the prosperity of Canada and Canadians. Over the last few years, more and more foreign investors have chosen Canada because of its business-friendly business environment. The flow of foreign direct investment into Canada has almost doubled over the last 5 years.
With my honourable colleague and esteemed friend from Halifax. Selon les Nations Unies,
according to the United Nations, in 2021, Canada had the second highest ratio of foreign direct investment to GDP of all G20 countries. So there has been an increase in foreign direct investment, but that can also come with some risk. For example, new investments have more than doubled over the past 100 years. We also have to look into critical minerals, sensitive confidential technology, because those sectors are increasingly active with each year. Madam Speaker, we also need to look more into national security and modify the Investment Canada Act to help us with that. There are some threats to national security, and these threats will continue to exist. Canada is a favored destination for foreign investors. Here's the reality, Madam Speaker. The geopolitical situation today is quickly evolving. Hostile actors could seek to disturb Canada's economic security through our open market economy. The threats to Canada continue to change, and the government must ensure that Canada's foreign investment review regime strikes the right balance. We need the right balance between promoting foreign direct investment and protecting Canadian interests and security. Madam Speaker, we are all proud that Canada is an open economy and a trading nation. We are a very attractive destination for foreign investment, and foreign investment is necessary for our economic prosperity. In order to maintain our position as an attractive destination for foreign investment, it is essential for businesses and investors that Canada have a clear and predictable regulatory regime. That is why this new bill to modernize Canada's foreign investment, the Foreign Investment Review Regime, by amending the Investment Canada Act is so important. The amendments to the Investment Canada Act will make the investment review process more transparent and also more efficient. all while enhancing the protection of the interests and safety of all Canadians. This new Bill C-34 represents the most significant update to the Investment Canada Act since 2009. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I wish to thank you for your attention today. These legislative amendments, taken together, will help ensure that Canada is able to reap the economic benefits of foreign investment in all areas, and also while strengthening our ability to act quickly and decisively to counter any threats to Canada's national security and economic security.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the member's speech, and I'd like to ask the honourable member, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Speaker, what does he think is contained in this bill that will improve the government's performance over the last 8 years, and the issue of their review, national security reviews, of companies bought by Chinese state-owned enterprises in Canada? Because essentially those powers aren't changing in this act, and this government continues to send notices to Chinese state-owned enterprises that they can buy our companies and our assets without any national security review. So I'd like to understand from the member what he sees in this bill that will change that.
Good question. Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret for their question. And what I would say, the direction of this bill is oh so important. I've risen so many times in this House to talk about corporate concentration, to talk about foreign ownership, especially when foreign owners attempt to purchase an asset in Canada, whether it's a holding company, operating company, or a straight asset, and they are backed by, say, a fund that is backed by the government. We need to have the tools and resources to block those type of acquisitions. If this is going on that track, and the bill hopefully will be sent to committee for further studies, for further recommendations, for those type of even more in-depth questions to be asked. I do appreciate the honourable members and the colleagues' question on that track. I do share those concerns. We need to make sure we protect our assets, our companies from national security threats from wherever they may arise throughout the world.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the member across the way is an accountant by training, and that's convenient because so am I. Now, here's what I'm wondering. He's been a Liberal MP for several years now. Since I was elected, and maybe it's the same for him, I believe he was also elected in 2015. So in 2015, the review threshold for net benefit was $369 million. But now it's $1.9 billion. So that's a huge gap. And it's his government which increased the threshold year after year after year. And either way, less than or fewer than 1% of investments are actually reviewed. So as an accountant, does he feel that $1.9 billion is pocket change? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame the President, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I'm actually an economist by training, but I do have about halfway through my accounting designation as well, along with my CFA charter, so I'm well versed in the finance issues. I will say on any sort of net benefit test, the test should not be on the value of the transaction. The test should actually be, in my personal opinion, should be on the strategic asset that is being looked at or being purchased by a foreign entity or an entity which we would consider to be injurious to Canada's national security interest and to our national economic interest. Thank you, Madame the President.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So Chinese insurance agent giant Anbong took over a BC-based retirement concepts, a Canadian-owned company which operates senior living facilities. At the time of acquisition, Anbong was privately owned corporation. But after a review by Investment Canada, the takeover was approved, and relatively shortly afterwards, it was seized by the Chinese government, which now holds 98% ownership stake. At present, there's no provisions in the ICA that would allow Investment Canada or the minister to be able to review the subsequent acquisition by a state-owned enterprise of an ICA-approved takeover or merger by a foreign private company. Does the member opposite not think that this is an issue? And does he agree that their amendments are required? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, a brief answer, please.
Madame la Présidente, je veux remercier ma collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
Care of our seniors in long-term care facilities throughout this country, whomever they may be owned by, is of paramount concern for myself, for the residents of my riding, and for us to make sure that we maintain that commitment, that promise that we will take care of our seniors at whatever age they are, so they can have a secure and dignified retirement. And that is a solemn promise that I made to my constituents, and we need to uphold that promise. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's certainly a privilege to rise today to speak on Bill C-34, legislation that represents the most significant update of the Investment Canada Act since 2009. Now, in those 15 years, thanks to Canadian hard work and ingenuity, and for the last 7.5 years, a government that's been willing to invest in our future, Canada has become increasingly attractive to foreign investors who want what Canada has to offer, be they clean technologies, critical minerals, batteries, or our skilled workforce. Now, I have the great pleasure, as you've mentioned, as serving as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and in this role I've seen firsthand how Canadian innovators are getting attention from investors around the world. Now, I also have the great privilege of being the Member of Parliament for Halifax, and in the riding of Halifax, Madam Speaker, we're proud to claim Dalhousie Professor Jeff Dahn as one of our own. Dr. Dahn is one of the world's leading researchers on lithium-ion batteries, whose work has received significant industry investment, including from Tesla. Nova Scotia is also home to Novonix, known for producing the best, most accurate lithium-ion battery testing technology in the world, and I was president at the grand opening of their new facility in Dartmouth just last November, made possible with help from our government. Another Nova Scotia example, CarbonCure Technologies, the winner of the 2021 Carbon X Prize. CarbonCure has gained international attention for its technology that introduces recycled CO2 into concrete to drastically reduce its carbon footprint and make the concrete substantially stronger. Madam Speaker, Canada has much to offer in today's world as we tackle together the issues of global concern. There is, of course, another important asset this country has going for it as we seek to position Canada as an investment destination. And that's the tireless Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry himself, who has been remarkably prolific and successful in the last several years in bringing together foreign investment into Canada. And that's because our government understands that attracting investment to Canada means creating jobs for Canadians and growing the Canadian economy. At the same time, we recognize that the evolving national security landscape means that Canada's approach to foreign investment must also evolve. To be sure, Canada must remain an open economy, but it can't be ignored that increasingly we're being targeted by hostile actors. This threatens not just our national security, but our prosperity too, and we must always remember that economic security is national security. Over the last number of years, we've already undertaken a number of measures to modernize the Investment Canada Act, or ICA, by updating our policies to improve transparency and provide certainty to investors. For example, in 2021, we updated guidelines on the national security review of foreign investments. In 2022, in response to the unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, we set out a new policy on the review of foreign investments from Russia. We also introduced a voluntary filing mechanism for investors seeking regulatory certainty, triggering the same legal deadlines as a mandatory filing. That means investors can gain certainty about their plans while the government gains valuable insights into those plans ourselves. And this past fall, we introduced a policy regarding foreign investment by state-owned enterprises in critical minerals under the ICA. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-34 is the next step forward. This legislation protects the Canadian marketplace by evolving our tools to better defend against current and future threats, and by equipping ourselves today for tomorrow's threats. Canada will remain a destination of choice for foreign investment. With that framing, Madam Speaker, I would now like to touch on the amendments to the ICA that we are proposing that together will improve Canada's visibility into proposed investments, enhance transparency and investor confidence, and further empower Canada to act decisively on potential threats to our national security. There are 7 proposed amendments to the ICA contained in Bill C-34. First is the introduction of a pre-implementation filing requirement for specified investments. This means that Canada will have oversight of investments made in certain sensitive business sectors, allowing a review of these transactions to be undertaken to prevent potential harm to our national security. This is a targeted approach designed to reduce unnecessary burden while bolstering transparency and certainty for investors. The second amendment would introduce a new ministerial authority to order the further national security review of investments. This means that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry will have the ability to order further reviews more efficiently, whereas previously a Governor and Council order was required. Third, Bill C-34 increases penalties to strengthen deterrence. This means that penalties for non-compliance, which haven't been updated in several decades, will reflect current financial realities while also providing the authority to update penalties again as needed in the future. Fourth is the new authority provided to the Minister of Innovation in consultation with the Minister of Public Safety to impose interim conditions on parties to an investment. This means that during the review itself, we can better protect against national security threats that could come from the transfer of assets, IP, or trade secrets. The Fifth Amendment provides the Minister with the authority to accept mitigation undertakings. This means, more flexibility to improve or amend mitigation agreements at the ministerial level, where again, as previously, the very rigid Governor and Council order was necessary to impose conditions on transactions to mitigate risks. 634 improves information sharing with international counterparts. We know that in the evolving geopolitical landscape that we inhabit, our cooperation with international allies is important for our collective security. This amendment means smoother consultation with our international partners and will allow Canada to share case-specific information where appropriate to support national security assessments. And seventh and finally, the bill brings new rules to protect information in the course of judicial review proceedings. This means sensitive information may be used in these proceedings while protecting it from disclosure, allowing judges to consider this information as part of their deliberations while allowing the applicants to fully participate in the judicial review. Madam Speaker, Canada has a global reputation as a welcoming investment destination and ranks second among G20 countries in foreign investment. This is good news. In fact, last year we celebrated a new all-time high in the total number of filings. Well done, the Minister of Science and Innovation and Industry. As a result of this success, Canada's foreign investment regime must adapt to the speed of innovation. Under the leadership of the Minister and this government, Canada's evolving policies and guidance have been addressing these developments as they arise, and we have taken clear and decisive action on transactions whenever necessary to protect Canada's national security. But more must be done to ensure our ability to move quickly and decisively in the future. The guidance and decisions issued over the past several years make clear that some transactions, particularly those by state-owned or influenced investors, may be motivated by non-commercial imperatives that could harm Canada's national security. Ultimately, the volume and the complexity of foreign investment reviews is increasing, and this significant change provides a strong rationale for supporting ICA modernization. The time now is right to pursue modernization of the Investment Canada Act through Bill C-34 before this House today. Fundamentally, our government believes that an effective review regime must be robust, transparent, and flexible to adapt to a changing world. We're making important moves now to review and modernize key aspects of the Act while ensuring that the overarching framework to support needed foreign investment to grow our economy remains strong and open. Our record as a government makes it abundantly clear that where national security is concerned, we will not shy away from decisive action, and our assessment of risk keeps pace with evolving economic and geopolitical circumstances. While the ICA gives us much of the authorities we need to intercede and address national security risks that can arise in foreign investment, these amendments build on that strong foundation and improve the mechanics of the National Security Review of Investments. Taken together, these legislative amendments ensure Canada is able to continue to gain the economic benefits of investments while strengthening our ability to address threats to our country and its future prosperity. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I hope that all members of this House will vote in favor of Bill C-34. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to my friend from Halifax's speech, the parliamentary secretary, and I think it's interesting to note that the Minister of Industry didn't do a security review on the purchase by Hytera, state-owned enterprise of China, of telecommunications business, didn't do a state-owned security review of China's takeover of our only producing lithium mine, didn't do any security checks on the RCMP buying equipment from a Chinese state-owned enterprise for its telecommunications equipment. And this bill removes the cabinet from any discussion and involvement in making those decisions at the beginning, and only at the end, and only if the minister decides to take it there, does this bill actually involve the cabinet. So when the Minister of Industry has made such poor decisions on our national security over the last 8 years, why does this member think it would be great to remove the cabinet and just leave it up to a minister who clearly doesn't get it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my co-Indu committee member for his hard work on that committee and for his adequate question this evening. I will have to take a disagreeing stance on his characterization of the minister's performance. On the contrary, Canada's national security and economic concerns have been very well protected and championed by this minister. In fact, he has taken changes and issued guidance to the public service based on some of the cases that the member has said. And there's one other difference I would make in the member's statement. Every case is analyzed individually to determine which stage of, which level of review will happen. Every case is reviewed. Whether it gets to the final full review, of course, is the decision of the minister. So every case is reviewed. Not all go to the full review. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague, the parliamentary secretary. Madam Speaker, it's all very well to talk about the numbers that they like. We're used to that with the Liberal government. But my colleague mentioned that Canada is the second out of the G20 with regard to foreign investment. That's great. We bring companies here, but they don't invest. Canada is the last in the G20 in R&D investment among businesses. So I would like to remind my colleague that Canada is the only country in the G7 that has reduced its investment in R&D over the last 20 years. So, Madam Speaker, it's all very well to dangle these appealing numbers in front of us, but does my colleague not agree that when Canada is essentially at the back of the pack for private investment, and we've even been told that researchers don't want to come to Canada because the scientific ecosystem is not doing well. What does my colleague think of that?
Je veux remercier mon collègue pour la bonne question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his good question.
I'll respond in this way. We've conflated two issues in this question. One is the issue of domestic investment in research. And I will agree with my colleague that we can always do better to invest more in Canadian research, and that is a very serious pet project of mine that I work weekly on. But coming back to the question of foreign investment, the ranking in the G20 is in fact a global ranking, and that is something that this government has managed to shift, bring us from the back of the pack up to a very promising place that as these seeds that are being planted by the minister and his work grow and bloom, we will see tremendous foreign investment that will in fact elevate research and productivity, create jobs, manufacture, and help us into a just transition.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things, and New Democrats support the modernization and improvements to the Investment Canada Act. One of the things we're looking for, of course, is also the prevention and loss of publicly funded research dollars, development dollars, when that money is then transferred out of the country. I reference specifically a case in London, Ontario, where the Conservative government in 2008 provided funds through tax cuts, but also research and development dollars to Electromotive Canada. Caterpillar bought out the company, moved it to the States, and they took all that money with them. There was no repayment, there was no consequences, and many Londoners lost their good-paying jobs. So I'd like him to refer to, or ask the minister, or the parliamentary secretary, if...
respond, because we've really run out of time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question very much. And I'll repeat something I said during my remarks, which is that economic security is national security. And the purpose of Bill C-34 and modernizing the ICA Act is to not only protect Canada's national security, but to ensure that any foreign investments bring a net economic benefit into the country. So that answer with my previous answer, I hope would satisfy the member.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to share my time with the member from Abbotsford. Conservatives have been calling for changes to this act for years. For nearly 8 years, this government has ignored the growing role of state-owned and state-controlled enterprises in Canada's economy. For nearly 8 years, this government has failed to take seriously the threat posed by the government in Beijing. For nearly 8 years, this government has sat back passively while Beijing has used ostensibly private corporations as proxies to project their government's power and influence in the Canadian economy. And after 8 years, this government has finally tabled legislation to strengthen the Investment Canada Act, which is a good thing, but something that should have been done years ago. To assess this government's credibility on the issue, it's important that we examine its track record on protecting Canadians from investment from authoritarian regimes in the Canadian economy. This is a government that in 2017 failed to conduct a national security review when Beijing-owned Hytera Communications bought Norsat. The then Minister, Navdeep Bains, and the Prime Minister falsely claimed that a review was done. They're obfuscating the mandatory 45-day waiting period for approval with an actual fulsome national security review as defined in the existing Act. Even Tom Mulcair, former leader of the NDP, criticized the government for rubber stamping the Hytera deal, and this takeover had serious consequences for Canada's credibility with our allies. Norsat was an American defense contractor, and Canada allowed this takeover without a proper security review. Such a review is an option for the government under the existing Investment Canada Act, and that option was not undertaken on the Hytera deal. And since then, Hytera has been banned from doing business in the United States and faces 21 espionage charges. This is a company that this government let into Canada without a national security review on the Norsat deal. The same company then received a contract to supply radio communications equipment and work for the RCMP. The same company had a contract with Canada Border Services Agency for X-ray equipment. The same company, or this is the same government, that also failed to stop Ong Bong from buying a chain of seniors' homes, as we heard earlier from the NDP. Ong Bong also bought other buildings that raised concerns both about the substandard care that subsequently occurred in the seniors' homes that they took over, but also concerns about corporate espionage in other buildings that were part of that deal. So this is a government that contracted with a company whose founder was connected at the very top echelons of the PRC to supply X-ray equipment to 170 of our embassies. So this is a government that took years and years and years to finally ban Huawei from being a supplier of infrastructure to Canada's 5G network, despite the obvious national security concerns. This reluctance has compromised Canada's credibility with our Five Eyes intelligence partners. And this government's current industry minister recently approved the Neolithium takeover without a national security review. The opposition has spent years raising important questions about cracks and loopholes in existing laws, while the government has claimed that there was no need to change the law until now, and falsely claimed that they were using the tools available to them to help keep Canadians safe. They did this with such arrogance, Madam Speaker. They claimed that the opposition was simply playing politics whenever we raised a question about national security. But this is what they do, Madam Speaker. They dig in when they find themselves on the wrong side of an issue, then finally flip while ignoring their past intransigence. This sudden flip, like what we're seeing right now on C-34, on the need to address investment by autocratic state-owned enterprises, it's just like last week's flip on C-21, and when they attempted to ban hunting rifles and shotguns. Did they admit that the opposition was right all along? No. Did they thank the opposition for raising a point that they had made a mistake that needed to be fixed? Did they admit that they were misleading Canadians for months? Did they admit that they were falsely claiming that the opposition was lying about the consequences of their amendment? Did the Minister of Public Safety admit that he was wrong and that he had misled Canadians? Did he apologize for attacking the opposition's motives? No, of course not. That's not what they do, Madam Speaker. What they do is they attack the motives of those that criticize them, but when it becomes absolutely clear, like it is on this issue today of investment by autocratic state-owned enterprises, they might backpedal, but they don't take responsibility, they don't apologize, and they don't admit that they were wrong. The opposition is just doing its job when it raises questions about public policy concerns, when we identify mistakes that the government has made, when we identify shortcomings in existing laws or potential consequences of a new law or policies. The opposition has an ancient and sacred obligation to force the government to try to be better. And I just wish that they would listen from time to time, especially when it comes to national security. Liberals and conservatives really probably are not very far apart from each other on the role of government when it comes to national security. I would really hope that we're not far apart. This isn't an ideological difference. We all care about our national security. And so with that in mind, Madam Speaker, I have some suggestions and points for Parliament to consider and hopefully for the government to also consider. This bill does give the minister significantly more power, but not necessarily a pathway to its best decisions. Shifting power from cabinet, from ordering council, to direct ministerial decision-making, which is partly what this bill does, may result in faster decision-making, Madam Speaker, but not necessarily better decisions. I'm concerned that the lack of a clear, strong definition of a state-owned enterprise may harm overall foreign investment in Canada without protecting Canadians from hostile foreign governments. The Canadian economy relies on direct foreign investment. The parliamentary secretary talked about that. We need foreign private capital from reciprocating open economies, Madam Speaker, and we have to be careful about what signals this bill sends to global capital markets. I'm disappointed that this bill doesn't simply allow the government to ban governments from autocratic and hostile regimes like Russia, Iran, North Korea, or the People's Republic of China through a simple list, which might be the easiest way to deal with the small number of countries seeking to exert their state's power and influence within the Canadian economy through state-owned enterprises. I'm concerned that this bill doesn't appear to capture transactions that involve the sale of assets like mines, farms, intellectual property, data, rather than its shares to a foreign state-owned enterprise by a Canadian company. I'm especially concerned that by maintaining the existing $400 million threshold for a mandatory government approval of a foreign takeover, that leaves the door wide open for the growing concern of Beijing-affiliated entities to continue buying up farms, buying fishing enterprises, buying wharves, buying airport cargo facilities, and buying enterprises with diverse ownership, but which in aggregate have the potential to distort markets for important commodities like food. If the buyer of a Canadian company is the government of China, the threshold for a national security review should be $0 and capture every transaction by that state's foreign enterprises that are owned by the state. So in short, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I've got left. Okay, 1 minute, thank you. I do agree that this bill is an attempt to address a serious and important policy concern, so I will support the motion that's before the House to send it to committee. My opposition colleagues and I are committed to working with other parliamentarians to make this bill better. No party has a monopoly on good ideas, so this is a great opportunity to show Canadians that parliamentarians can work together, that the result of Parliament's adversarial process is that the best ideas will prevail through debate. And as we debate this bill and study it at committee, we can cooperate, we can get past mistakes that have been made in the past, and get serious about protecting Canadians from property theft, from espionage, from intellectual property theft, from market distortions, and other harms that result when foreign governments that are hostile to Canada's way of life take advantage of our open society and our open economy. We're talking about transactions that are not fueled by the market, Madam Speaker, but by raw power of a state to exert its influence on the Canadian economy. So I will vote for this bill, but it's weak and it needs a lot of work.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Official Opposition, the Honourable Government Whip, sorry. Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, I think I need further clarification to some of the comments that were made later in his speech about there being a zero threshold. I think that may not be the most effective use of everyone's time if we are chasing every dollar investment that is made in Canada. And do you find, I wanted to ask the member if he finds whether that would be time well spent in our system.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I think I was quite careful and precise in what I said, but I will repeat it. I said that if the foreign buyer is a Chinese state-owned enterprise, the threshold should be zero. So the threshold for the dollar amount of a transaction by a Chinese state-owned enterprise should be zero.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought that was a very insightful speech from my Conservative colleague who highlighted that there were cases in the past where they investigated after the fact and saw that there was an obligation to have a review for national security, and the government doesn't seem to have done the work that they were required to do to analyze whether the investment was a good thing or not. So with a bill like C-34, which we have before us, which would give some more power, but in the end, if the obligation is the same, if the government doesn't do its job more than it does now, does he think there will be changes? And I find it interesting because he mentioned a case, but I had a case in my riding where there was an obligation to have a review, and after a request for access to information, we saw that there was no review. So how is it that the government is delinquent on its own obligations? Does that concern my colleague?
The Honourable Member of Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, that's an excellent question and point that I did touch on, but it bears repeating. The government failed to use the existing tools under this act in the past. So here we are debating the creation of new tools and stronger tools with a government that wouldn't use the tools that already existed. So its credibility on this issue is a problem, and we need to get really serious about this, not just through new laws, but also implementation of laws, both existing and new as contemplated in C-34.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Harper government increased the threshold above which foreign takeover of a Canadian firm is reviewed from $330 million to $1 billion. I'm wondering if the member stands by that decision or if he supports reducing the current threshold to zero so that every prospective transaction by either state-owned or state-controlled enterprises triggers a review. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, as I've said both in my speech and in my remarks to the government deputy whip, if the buyer is a state-owned enterprise of an autocratic regime like the People's Republic of China, I think the threshold should be 0. With respect to the preamble to her question regarding the increase to the threshold in general, I think that was made to be compliant with regulation under the WTO. But I wasn't a member of that government, but that's my understanding of why that decision was made back in, I don't know, quite a number of years ago.
There's enough time for a brief question. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
There seems to be some confusion on the Liberal side about this issue of 0 state-owned enterprises. I've had in the last quarter, 4 lobster buying businesses acquired in my riding from a Chinese state-owned enterprise. They control the price at the dock. They paid 5 times the value of the business. They're taking over that. And that's why, from my view, I support what the member said. But I wonder if the member could expand on that a little more to educate the folks on the government side so they will accept some amendments.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, a brief answer.
Thank you. That's what this is all about, debate to get the best ideas out there. And this is why it is important to go to a $0 threshold when you're talking about a state-owned enterprise from the People's Republic of China. They buy a series of small businesses that in aggregate can actually distort markets. So buying a single fishing boat or buying a single wharf isn't perhaps going to distort the market, but when there are a whole series of transactions that are below a threshold but combined will have the effect of a much larger transaction.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to talk about foreign investment because you may recall that in a past life in the Harper government where we had a robust trade and investment agenda, I had the opportunity to be the trade minister and travel around the world, many different countries, promoting Canadian investment. Now, that's a two-way street, of course. We could talk about Canadians investing abroad, which we do, but of course there's also foreign companies.
I would ask those members if they would, I don't know that it's cross-debate more so than just having conversations. I would ask them to take the conversations outside. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, foreign investment, whether it's foreign investment coming into Canada or Canadians investing abroad, both can contribute markedly to our national prosperity. And as I mentioned, I've traveled all around the world promoting Canadian investment because there was a time when Canada was a great place to invest. Sadly, over the last few years under this Liberal government, there's been a decline in foreign investment. Foreign investment is abandoning Canada. Why? High taxes, regulatory uncertainty. And Madam Speaker, this should concern all Canadians because when foreign investment comes to Canada, for the most part, it drives job creation, if it's done right, and it contributes to our overall prosperity as a country. However, as we welcome foreign investment in our country, we also have to be very judicious, making sure that those investments, A, represent a net benefit to Canadians, and B, do not represent a national security threat to our country. And that's where the Investment Canada Act comes in. It was created to ensure that as foreigners invest in Canada, we have mechanisms and tools available to review those investments, to be able to welcome those that are going to contribute to the overall good of the country and to reject those that are not good for our country. And so this bill before us is seeking to introduce some amendments to the Investment Canada Act, which purportedly will really improve the robustness of this regime. Unfortunately, if you actually dig down into the amendments that are being proposed, 7 main amendments, It's mostly tinkering around the edges. Why do I say that? I do not believe that they will markedly reduce the influence of foreign corporations and the ability of foreign corporations to invest in Canada, especially when those foreign corporations come from increasingly hostile regimes around the world. And when you look around the world, Madam Speaker, I think all of us can agree that investments that come from a country like Russia require special diligence. Investments that come from places like Iran and China require a special degree of vigilance to make sure that they serve our national interest. And more we have seen under this Liberal government that the investments that have come from abroad, from the more hostile regimes around the world, that engage in espionage, that make investments not necessarily for the good of our country, but to promote a foreign country's economic interests. We see that happening more and more often under this Liberal government. And my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, has already articulated some of the cases where the Minister of Industry has failed to subject investments to the kind of rigorous review that Canadians would expect of its government. For example, we had a situation where an RCMP contract was awarded for the supply of sensitive hardware for communications to, yes, a company that had earlier been purchased by a China-based company that was beholden to the communist regime in Beijing. Now, how can that be? Why? Because the minister refused to do a national security review of that foreign investment in Canada. It was revealed that the Canada Border Services Agency has used communications equipment and technology from the same company. Canadians need to know that that very company was charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States. Now you tell me, Madam Speaker, would we trust that company not to conduct espionage in our country? Of course not. And the reality is I could go through the same list of foreign transactions that my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge listed, in which this minister refused to apply the kind of rigor to reviewing these foreign investments that Canadians would expect. We also have to understand, Madam Speaker, that the geopolitical and security landscape around the world has changed dramatically, and the risks that Canada faces are that much more acute when we look around the world at countries like China and Russia and Iran, who are flexing their muscles economically, militarily, in the field of cyber espionage. And we are incredibly vulnerable. And so we have to pay attention to this. I would also mention, Madam Speaker, that as we look at investments from abroad, there are some who have said, well, you know what? State-owned enterprises from a country like China, we should be very, very cautious about welcoming those investments into our country because of the allegiance of those corporations to the communist regime in Beijing. However, the reality is, not long ago, China passed the National Intelligence Law, under which all Chinese corporations and citizens, whether at home or abroad, are required to act as agents of the government and hand over any information that the Chinese Communist authorities demand. So any company from that country, any citizen from that country, is expected to be an agent of the government. And so as we look abroad for investment, it behooves us as legislators, as decision makers, to make sure we're prudent in who we welcome to our country to invest. The largest majority of investments, Madam Speaker, come from countries that we would gladly welcome investment from. Obviously, if the United States has a corporation that wants to invest in Canada, we would say, hey, listen, we welcome that investment, generally speaking. Now, if it's a huge investment, we may want to put a special spotlight on that investment to make sure there's a net economic benefit to Canada. But by and large, the investments that we attract to Canada, we welcome. So this Investment Canada Act is targeted at making sure that the investments that are problematical are reviewed by our federal government. And the legislation before us, unfortunately, had the opportunity to implement the 9 recommendations that an earlier report from the Industry Committee had brought forward. Sadly, only 2 of those recommendations have actually been adopted by this government in its amendments to the Investment Canada Act. What a lost opportunity. We as a country can do so much better. And the reality is that we as Conservatives have long had a robust approach to foreign investment. When we were in government, we made major reforms to the Investment Canada Act. We said no to investments. We required a number of foreign investments to be qualified and conditional before they invested in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, I've just outlined very briefly what it is that we're debating here, the Investment Canada Act amendments. Let's make sure we get it right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member started off by talking about how in the last few years Canada has performed horribly in terms of investment and that nobody wants to invest in Canada. Madam Speaker, you don't have to dig far into the internet to find a United Nations Conference on Trade and Development from 2021 that specifically says Canada in the last 5 years has ranked amongst the top 2 in the GDP for doing business. It is the third easiest in the G7 to start a business. It is the 4th amongst the G20 for being the least complex to start a business. And it has the 2nd largest foreign and direct investment to GDP ratio in the G20 between 2016 and 2020. Where is the member getting his information from that would suggest Canada is not a place that is open for business?
Our member Abbotsford.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals have yet to learn that you should never ask a former international trade minister a question that they don't know the answer to. Here's the answer. I get my information from the International Monetary Fund, and you will notice, Madam Speaker, that the member actually didn't address investment. He talked about GDP, he talked about economic performance, he talked about regulation, but he didn't talk about Canada being a destination for investment. Here's what the IMF said. According to the latest results, the world's top 10 recipients for foreign direct investment are United States, Netherlands, Luxembourg, China, United Kingdom, Hong Kong, Switzerland, Ireland, and Germany. Canada isn't even in the top 10. Shame on us, Madam Speaker, that we would be so far down the list. So let me suggest, Madam Speaker, that this member go back to the drawing boards, get his statistics right, and then come back to this House and start debating.
Order. I want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary he had an opportunity to ask a question, and I want to remind the Honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's that it wasn't his turn to speak either. So questions and comments, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I just wanted to, through you, ask him whether the Conservatives would be willing to agree with the NDP that a good amendment to this bill would be to ensure that any investment in a Canadian company. It was made by a foreign investor. That went through. And then later, that company was bought by a state-owned enterprise. And the example I gave was Anbang Insurance in British Columbia, Retirement Concepts. I think we need to make that amendment so that we drop the requirements to zero so that all those investment proposals be examined by Investment Canada.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do thank the member for that very good question. And he hasn't yet provided us with a copy of the amendment that he would like to propose. And we will look at it very carefully. And quite frankly, it sounds like it makes sense. We as Conservatives strongly believe that the Investment Canada Act must be made more robust. And I believe he knows that we will be bringing forward our own amendments at committee to make sure we get that outcome, because we do, in principle, support the legislation. It's just that it is a bill that is so lacking in substance when we have an opportunity now to get this right.
Then comments. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills, a brief question.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if the member would comment on the following. He has said that foreign investment has plummeted during this government, while at the same time acquisitions by state-owned and state-controlled enterprises have gone through without review. And that's resulted in something that was best captured in last week's Globe and Mail article titled, "The Growing Threat of a Low-Wage Future for Canadians." And Madam Speaker, I just want to quote 2 lines from that editorial. Quote, "The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development ranks this country last in potential economic growth over the next 40 years. If the OECD forecast becomes reality, the Canada of 2060 will be a relatively poor country falling further and further behind other advanced economies into second-tier status." Would he comment on that?
Quite a brief question, but I'm hopeful to get a brief answer from the member for Abbotsford, because there's like 8 seconds left.
I'm familiar with that article. I'm familiar with those statistics, and they are damning of this Liberal government, because we can do so much better as a country. We are so rich in human resources, in natural resources. We are high-tech leaders, and yet somehow we're falling further and further behind when it comes to our economic performance, and part of that is the fact that we're no longer an attractive place to invest in. We can do better.
Before I go to resuming debate, I will have to interrupt the next speaker because of time constraints. The Honourable Government Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll start off by saying that I will be sharing my time. Madam Speaker and honourable members, I'm pleased to appear before you today to speak in favour of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, and in particular, the context that led us to undertake these amendments. Canadians know that our government will always act quickly and decisively to respond to threats to our national security. They also know that a nuanced approach is necessary to ensure that we do not impede the flow of capital that is so important to our continued prosperity. Indeed, Canada remains a destination of choice for foreign investment. This investment helps businesses prosper and grow, create well-paying jobs, and ensures strong economic growth that benefits all Canadians. Canada has a long-standing reputation for welcoming foreign investment and a strong framework to promote trade while advancing Canadian interests. In fact, Canada has one of the earliest and most robust screening processes for FDI. The Investment Canada Act was enacted 38 years ago in 1985. The Act allowed the government to review significant foreign investments to ensure that these benefits exist, and was updated in 2009 to include a framework for national security review of foreign direct investments. The world in which Canada now operates is increasingly characterized by the complexity of linkages between economic competition and geostrategic clashes. Globalization has brought new threats to Canada's national and economic security. By exploiting access routes to the Canadian economy through investment, potentially hostile foreign actors can appropriate technologies, data, and infrastructure that is critical to Canada's national security. We also know that some foreign states seek to inhibit Canada's economic growth and to exercise economic coercion against Canada. Such activities pose a threat not only to Canada's national security, but also to its long-term economic prosperity. Canada must have the tools and resources to protect its assets from economic threats to national security. The Investment Canada Act must therefore also continually adapt to these considerations. The complexity of these dynamics can be seen in the increased volume of activity under the Act in recent years. Indeed, there have been more national security reviews since 2020 than in an entire previous decade. The review process is also increasingly complex, as international transactions and ownership structures are also becoming more complicated. The proposed modernization of the Investment Canada Act is designed to make this review process more efficient and more transparent. Economic-based threats to national security are an area of increasing concern, not just for Canada, but for our allies as well. Madam Speaker, other jurisdictions internationally are moving in response to the shifting geopolitical threats, either by amending or by putting in place new investment screening regimes. Our action is needed to bring Canada into greater alignment with our international partners and allies. Madam Speaker, you will recall that the Investment Canada Act played an important role in Canada's response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As early as March 2022, we issued a policy statement that any investment controlled or influenced by the Russian state will also support a determination by the minister that there are reasonable grounds to believe that such an investment could be injurious to Canada's national security, regardless of its value. This statement sends a clear message about our commitment to protecting Canada's economic security from unwanted investment. Moreover, Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy is clear that this region will play a critical role in Canada's future over the next half-century. The significant opportunities for economic growth in this region are also accompanied by challenges related to the objectives of certain world powers that do not share our democratic and liberal principles. We must respond to this reality in a number of ways, including in the way foreign investment is assessed. In short, the Investment Canada Act plays a key role in protecting Canada's economic interests from hostile foreign actors. It is broad in scope and allows Canada to respond to changing threats that may arise from foreign investment while protecting Canada's openness to beneficial international investment. The package of amendments proposed in this bill is designed to ensure businesses and investors that Canada has a clear and predictable regulatory regime. Madam Speaker, today we are taking bold steps to modernize key aspects of the Investment Canada Act to ensure that our review regime continues to be effective, rigorous, transparent, and flexible to adapt to a changing world. Thank you, Madam.
Unfortunately, I do have to stop the honourable member there. She will have 4.5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House.
It is 6:52. The House will now proceed to private members' business.
There being, orders of the day.
Consideration at report stage of Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Massey.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Collin, moves that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act of Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, be concurred in at report stage.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
On division? Adopted on division. Okay. Yeah, so therefore I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read the third time? Now? Now. Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Collin, moves that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise here on Bill C-248, and want to thank all the members in the House for getting it here. In particular, I want to thank the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois, the Green Party, and also 2 Liberal members that supported to get here. We have tried to work with the government on this. I will get into a little bit that later. Unfortunately, to date, they have not joined at this point in time, but we shall see. I've tried to use this place as constructive as possible, especially given the fact that Canadians have shown they want us to work. Unfortunately, they have not been here at this time. But I'm going to start by referencing a quote on the Parks Canada website, which I think even itself dismantles some of the government's objections in terms of this private member's bill, which is key to our democracy. When you think about the work that goes into private members' businesses, it doesn't matter where you're from and what the legislation's about. It's our right to be able to be heard, and it's our right to change our Canada outside even the partisan envelope. And Madam Speaker, I got lucky getting picked high in the order paper for this bill, and I couldn't think of something stronger I'd want to put forth. I've been trying to push forward for a new border crossing in Windsor. My first public meeting was as a city councillor for a new public border was 1998 at Marlborough Public School. And the proposed legislation that I have today is for property next to it that goes along that entire border process, that would create a national urban park for all of Canada, protecting 200 of Canada's 500 endangered species, and is supported universally by groups that I'll get into later. But I want to read from a Facebook posting by the government's own Department of Environment. On June 23rd of last year, the Parliament of Canada on its own Facebook page posted the following. Did you know that national parks are created through the Acts of Parliament? On this day in 1887, Parliament passed the Rocky Mountain Parks Act, which established what is now Banff as the first national park in Canada. Today, there are 48 national parks. They are found in every Canadian province and territory. With the Parliament of Canada's post acknowledging the fact that national parks are created through the Acts of Parliament on the anniversary of this law for Banff, it's very helpful for this day because right now the government insists they want to go through some process that's still in a draft process to dealing with this issue, whereas what we've done is the responsible, accountable, transparent, and inclusive process through this legislation. And this legislation is going to amend the Parks Act, and that is how every single national park has been created, and this is how we actually go about fixing, I think, a situation in Windsor which is an opportunity to provide some restoration with regards to even reconciliation. And that goes in part, one of my most important partners that we have in this process is Caldwell First Nations. So to draw a picture for citizens out there that aren't familiar with the area, where I'm from in southern Ontario, the Detroit River runs right through our city, but there's also a connection of the lake system as well for the Great Lakes. Now, what's happened over the past is, unfortunately, we've done what a lot of places have done. We chopped and milled and cut all the trees. We moved to high agriculture and manufacturing. It's left very little green space. But because of where we're located in our temperate environment, we have Carolinian forests that provide basically a refuge for species at risk, whether it be trees, fauna, whether they be animals, amphibians, like the Massasauga rattler and others, that is endangered. And similar to many other places in the country, we're fighting to get back these green spaces. So there's a unique element of this process that needs to be put to the test of metal, and that is that this is all public land. There is no private land. The government will say now, out of desperation, there's some private property there, but they have not actually provided any geography about those locations and those things we would want to get out anyways. And it's important to note, Madam Speaker, we are unifying public lands through this process. And there is absolutely no position whatsoever we want other than the fact that we can actually work with the City of Windsor that supports this bill. We can work with Caldwell First Nations that supports this bill. The province of Ontario just passed a motion in the legislature about this bill. And on top of that, we have several environmental groups that have all shown support for this bill because it is truly grassroots, and it comes from the fact that we have these endangered species that need a better level of protection that they get through a hodgepodge system now. So one of the things that we did fight for along this area of the Detroit River, as it extends into other parts of the city and along that front, is shoreline that the Windsor Port Authority still has not transferred over yet. And I want to remind, I think, all members of Parliament here is that port authorities are actually the creations of Parliament under the Marine Transportation Act. And that is no different than Canada Post or something else. They operate through regulation or so forth, but it is the people's land. And so that area, they tried to bulldoze and clear cut it. And fortunately, I was then working with one of the developers of the area that they tried to actually get involved in the project, called them up and said, that do you realize what's happening and do you realize what you're going to be part of? That person took out their actual position in support of the project despite at their own cost, and the property later on is now saved for the future. It's supposed to be transferred. We're still waiting for it to happen. And there is no time to wait, Madam Speaker. When you think about the property I'm talking about right now, when the Gordie Howe Bridge next to it is built, there's going to be potentially 40,000 vehicles per day that could actually traverse there, and up to 10,000 transport trucks per day. And we do not have environmental assessments on how that's going to take place. The Gordie Howe Bridge is a large, large structure of infrastructure going across 2.5 kilometers of the Detroit River, and it goes on territory from Caldwell First Nations. And briefly, I want to quote Caldwell First Nations, in particular Chief Duckworth, who's been here to Ottawa with me several times and also appeared at press conferences and basically is a mentor in many respects. They are part of the restitution of this country. Caldwell First Nations was promised when they fought with the British the Point Pelee area. And after there, they were actually burned out of their properties, and they went through a long process and finally had a good settlement. Now they're actually setting up their proper reserve. They're doing very well with other types of initiatives, and they are the land stewards of this area. And that is one of the good news stories. And they have stood shoulder to shoulder during this process. In fact, they were the first group that I brought down when I was trying to save Ojibwe Shores to see if they actually had interest in that property at that time. And they didn't, because they wanted to go towards Leamington next to Point Pelee. They have that land now. And the beautiful part of this story, Madam Speaker, is where they were actually forced out in the past, they are now co-managers of Point Pelee National Park. And with this park that we're proposing here, they will also be co-managers of that park. This is a highlight story in terms of what we should be doing right. And Chief Duckworth, who's been very good on this, said this at committee. We know that we need a legislative framework in order to make this national park happen. And I'm here to support the work that's been done, the hard work that's been done, and the hard work going on forward. They've sent several letters, and it's actually gone to all the members in this chamber, and they've received those letters. And again, they have showed a path forward. And we even have across the Detroit River, the Wyandotte community supporting this. And I'll get into a little bit this because it's international. So we actually have the Wyandotte community, another Aboriginal organization that has sent in its letter of support for this. I want to point out the kind of the things that when you look at a private member's business and nonpartisan and how you can do it, is the member from Essex has been terrific on this. He has been supportive in the past. We've seen members come and go, and one of the members before is Jeff Watson, who I used to work with from the Conservative parties, even though we may have not seen each other all the time together. At the same time, we knew how to work on local interests. He supported this. And the member for Essex, the current member for Essex, said this. This is a very unique opportunity for the folks of Essex. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We are somewhat landlocked in Windsor, Essex, in that we're surrounded by 3 bodies of water. I've spoken extensively with Mayor Dilkins, the Mayor of Windsor, Mayor Bondi, the Mayor of LaSalle, and Mr. Watson, the previous Member of Parliament. We've done our due diligence. Everybody says this is a fantastic thing to do. And, you know, he's also brought up an issue that I think gets undercovered and reported on this, is about mental health and getting out to other spaces. So I want to thank the member for Essex for that, because sometimes we lose some of those other ways that we view a lens on things, and that's why it's been important for me to actually have that type of support. I've also wanted to thank the Bloc Québécois, making sure that this is understood as being a very unique project and is really refined to our area. What maybe people don't know is that Sandwichtown, that is right next to this, is the oldest European settlement west of Montreal, with a Francophone culture that is still part of the rich vibrancy that we've had. In fact, the Detroit River, with its First Nations and the French settlements, actually did the seigneurial system where farming came up, and so we have a number of French names through our entire city system that come up, and they run north-south, and then when the British came later, they went east-west with British names. So we actually have this combination, but the Francophonie culture is very strong. In fact, it's a couple blocks from my house where actually a new hub center is there, so the language is going stronger with some of our new Canadians, which is also by this area. And Madam Speaker, this is a social justice issue in many respects, because if we amend the Parks Act that we want to do in this, it'll give it the same stature of Point Pelee and other parks that are out there, and it deserves it because of the hundreds of endangered species. But on top of that, the area that it's next to, as I referenced, Sandwichtown, has been one of the poorest places in Canada in many respects, with child poverty and single mothers and a series of different poverty issues that we've dealt with over the years, because the international border, and Matty Maroon, a private American billionaire, he's passed away now, his son owns the property now, has put a lot of basically interesting and very difficult problems over the number of years, including buying and boarding up homes. And why this is important is that we need to do this right. When we fought to get the Gordie Howe Bridge, there was those that said we should twin the Ambassador Bridge, and even this Prime Minister actually gave them an order in council to do that in the last few years ago, and let a billionaire family have their way with Canada. We said no to that. OMERS, one of the largest pension funds, wanted to run a truck route through my riding. We said no to that. What did we do? We fought for the right thing, which is a brand new public crossing, and it was a compromise that we got, which is now the Gordie Howe Bridge, which will provide economic security for all of us, and it'll provide environmental advantages. And the same battle is happening right here. The government, which we said we were open to amendments, and I worked with the minister after they voted against it. We had meetings and several different things. They went to committee with those amendments, and their own Liberal member ruled the minister's amendments out of order. And then I was asked later by the Liberals in the morning, what happened? And I said, well, first of all, your parliamentary secretary and others weren't there. And second of all, I don't know. You have to figure out what your own party's going on, because in 20 years here, I've never seen a minister's own amendments ruled out by a minister's member. And that was, something I can't explain. And we want them to be there. That's why I actually agreed with the amendments, and we work with them. But I want to put that past, because this is so important for our future. Again, time is of the essence. And what was clear that came out of the committee hearings from the different departments is that they even admitted that eventually they might have to adopt my process, because theirs is still in draft and they don't know what they're doing. So we're not getting on about the other urban parks that are out there. They're being proposed as a rubber stamp way of going about the different areas. And what we're saying is, as you're figuring that out, we have a unique thing in the Windsor-Detroit region on the environment and also the land that we're looking to consolidate that is clear, crystal, and can move forward. And we have limited time because of the Gordie Howe Bridge coming in, and there's been no environmental assessments for this. And the importance of this, Madam Speaker, is clear and evident when even across the river, I have a letter here from John Hardig, and John Hardig is one of the premier environmental persons in the Michigan area. And he writes on one of his things, Detroit benefits of Windsor's Ojibwe National Urban Park, or another title was Windsor's Ojibwe National Urban Park, quote, benefits to Detroit. And it talks about the park, Madam Speaker. It talks about how it will celebrate history, enhance cross-border trail tourism, become a destination for choice, economic benefits, strengthen trans-boundary conservation benefits, and help change the perception of our area. There's many benefits to this park system that we have here. And again, Madam Speaker, I want to revisit the fact that the way that you legally create national urban parks right now in Canada is through changing the Parliament of Canada's Act. And why the Liberals would want us to have something less than that, I don't know, but these endangered species and the people need this type of protection, and we are following that due process. So as I've noted, the City of Windsor supports this. The Mayor and City Council, Councillor Fred Francis presented at committee talking about it. The Wildland Leagues, and thank goodness for their work, that's CPAWS, they have done amazing work. Unifor Environment Committee, so we have the unions involved. Wildlife Preservation Canada, Citizens Environment Alliance, Essex County Field Naturalists, Green UMA, this is a youth activist group, and we have Friends of Ojibwe and Save Ojibwe, local residents have put in thousands of petitions. And now, Madam Speaker, this area that we propose is part of the traditional territory of the Three Fires Confederacy of First Nation that includes the Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi. And again, they did everything right for our community, what they were asked for back in the War of 1812. Now they are part of this partnership right now, and the full consultation and respect for consultation is in the Parks of Canada Act. So that's why Bill C-248 goes forward with solidarity, because it's the right thing for the right place for the right people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Parks Canada does have a process. And the question I have for the member is, can he provide assurances to the House today that whether it's Caldwell First Nation in particular, that they do not want to follow the Parks Canada process, but rather to support the members' legislation? Are they fully supportive of the legislation, or do they want to follow the process that's been established by Parks Canada? And can he specifically tell us what Walpole Island, First Nation, is saying about the legislation? He's talked about the importance of reconciliation and doing the consultation with Indigenous people. I'm wondering if he can provide on both of those points his comments.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish this member would read the packages you get, because Caldwell First Nation has provided him and his office a number of times a letter of support for this, and they are unequivocally on it. Chief Mary Duckworth has been here several times with me, including appearing at Environment Committee in front of your members, saying she supports the legislation. And I can keep quoting all those things and providing letters, and they are the ones that are actually the treaty rights of the area. So we're letting them work with Walpole Island, who are also part of the consultation program. And most importantly is that there's no higher level of consultation than the Parks Act itself, as opposed to the Liberal plan right now that is draft and made up with no meetings in terms of actually accountability, no public access to some of the things that they're doing, and does not have the regular money and financing and the proper stewardship that's necessary for the future. We're doing it the right way. They're doing it the short way.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député d'Avignon, Lamitis-Matane.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Lamitis Matane. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's always very gratifying to see a private member's bill at third reading. I think this bill has gone through a rigorous process. He's gotten a lot of support, and I'm a little surprised to have heard my Liberal colleague's question. He asked why I didn't go through the regular Parks Canada process, but I'm sure our colleague can assure us that the process he's gone through is even more rigorous than what's done by Parks Canada. At this stage, is he confident that he has the support of the other parties in this House so his bill can be adopted? That's my question.
West.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's contributions and question on that. That's why I actually read from Parks Canada's own site that's saying on June 23rd of last year, the Parliament of Canada on its Facebook page posted the following: "Did you know that national parks are created through the acts of Parliament? On this day of 1887, Parliament passed the Rocky Mountains Park Act, which established that is now Banff, that first national park in Canada." They have a draft process for these urban parks they're doing right now where they don't have any public notifications of meetings, timelines, frames. It's on their website as a draft process. So we're not going to wait around for them to act as we watch all these endangered species and the community suffer. We want to go forward with accountability and creating what is richly deserved as a proper national urban park for everybody with the highest degree of accountability, consultation, and again, with Caldwell First Nations and others like the City of Windsor, all the owners of this land want it to move forward. The only problem has been with the federal government that still can't even transfer a piece of property from the port to Environment Canada. I've been on about this for 4 years, and they won't even transfer that one environmental sense of property. So we need to do it now. We can't wait any longer.
And comments? The Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would really like to thank the member for Windsor West for not only this bill, but for the hard work that he has put in over 10 years, and you heard the passion in that speech, and the work he has put in to bring the communities together, to notify groups what was going on, And I'd like to also thank him for, he invited me down there a couple of years ago, and I toured through the area and heard those stories of how these pieces of land were saved. And what we saw was the community using the area, beautiful trails, and I just wanted to see if he could comment on that aspect of it, of what this would bring for the community of people there.
The honourable member for Windsor West, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for coming to Windsor, and as an ornithologist, has a really great knowledge of the species that we have at risk. And what's exciting about this is it creates, ecotourism, for sure, there's no doubt, but also confidence in young people that we can actually in our own backyards affect climate change. And that's the most important thing about this, is that when people that are young try to make a difference, they see right in their own community with their own hands what they can build together. We need to get this done so we can pass it on to them so that they have the projects, the work, and the things that they want to do to save their environment, their community, and contribute to the planet.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as you can tell, when we talk about national parks and the way in which our communities benefit and thrive because of national parks, it can be very much an emotional issue. And for many members of Parliament, we take a great sense and pride in what it is that we might be able to do in order to be able to achieve seeing more national parks, Madam Speaker. And, I can recall, for example, the Forks National Historic Site, not necessarily a park, but on that particular site, and the way in which people came together from the many different sectors, and the way in which ultimately we developed this beautiful, what I would suggest to you is a City of Winnipeg treasure that today attracts more tourists than any other site in the City of Winnipeg, and arguably the province of Manitoba. But I could also make reference to Riding Mountain Park and just the impact that has had not only on the community of people that live in and around it, but just the number of people that use it. So to say that these are important issues for the House of Commons to deal with, I would say absolutely, 100%. The government is definitely interested and wants to be able to see progress in regards to the Ojibwe National Urban Park or the Windsor National Urban Park, all of which no doubt has to continue on what has been a process that's in place. My understanding of the legislation, and I look to the member, is it's more about coordinates. It's more about here is where the park is going to be. To what degree did the member actually have any sort of a formal process that incorporated a wide spectrum of opinions and did the type of work in which Parks Canada is obligated to do by law? I'm eager about national parks too. I want to see more national parks. I'd like to see a national park in the City of Winnipeg. But I don't think it's just up to me to be able to say here, 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 there, and here, and that's the boundaries, and that's what I want, and then just go out and solicit support for it, Madam Speaker. I think that there needs to be a respect of process that takes into consideration a wide spectrum of things. My understanding is the province of Ontario might look at the bill and say, yeah, it's nice legislation, but my understanding is they want to continue on with the process that the Parks Canada has put into place. And if in fact that is true, then I would suggest that the member or members should be advised before they vote on the legislation to confirm that. I raised the question about Caldwell First Nation, and I applaud the Chief and Council and those individuals that have provided the remarks to the member. And Mr. Speaker, and he says that he is speaking on their behalf. And Madam Speaker, for me, it's important that there is a consultation and a working in progress with Parks Canada, the City of Windsor, Indigenous communities, and the province of Ontario. The member himself has said, well, these are all the people that support it, but where in his comments did he provide a process to ensure that there was an actual consultation that was the equivalent to what it is that Parks Canada would have provided. I haven't seen that, Mr. Speaker. And I was here during the second reading also. Mr. Speaker, there might have been a lot of talk about the park. I can assure members here that I've had many talks. I've talked, for example, about how I would love to see some sort of a management system put into the city of Winnipeg that would involve the different levels of government and Indigenous community to manage Winnipeg's waterways. We have 4 or 5 rivers, the Red, the Mighty Red, along with the Assiniboine and the Seine, and a couple of others, Mr. Speaker. We believe that there's great potential for a national park, Madam Speaker. And if I was to start to list off some of the people and the organizations that I have talked to where there has been substantial support, and I suspect mine is relatively small, but I can tell you, I suspect that you would find that there are many members of the chamber on both sides of the House that have ideas on national parks and projects that they would like to see. We know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that the government has been working with the stakeholders, which incorporate the ones that I have mentioned. We know back in 2021, there was a formal agreements that were being put into place, that there is ongoing consultations, that there is indeed a process that will ensure that there has been appropriate consultations and working with the many different groups that are out there that have a vested interest. Whether it is the leadership of Indigenous communities, the provincial or the national government, whether it is community members that live in Windsor or the surrounding areas or anywhere along where the park is being proposed, and other stakeholders, environmentalists, those that are concerned about wildlife and endangered species in general. All of those have a role to play. That's why we establish the process, Mr. Speaker. It's not to take away, it's not to say that this particular member from Windsor is the one that has to acquire credit by bringing forward the legislation and say, well, look, it's my idea. No one owns the idea, Mr. Speaker. This has been talked about for a great length of time. And there are many individuals that have dedicated resources, whether it's financial, Mr. Speaker, or personal time and effort. And it all needs to be taken into consideration. It's not to say that this particular member isn't passionate about it. I listened to him speak, not only this time, but I believe it was also during second reading, Mr. Speaker, on this legislation. And I will give him that. He is passionate. I will say that he has talked to a good number of people. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the standing committee. And I do know that at the standing committee, there was an attempt to make some changes. And the member, kind of mocked the government in terms of, well, it moved amendments and it didn't this and this and this and that. It's because it didn't matter what side of the House one is on. We recognize the true value, and if there's things in which can actually be done to further this along a process that can provide the assurances that Parks Canada has put into place, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that there would be greater support. My concern is that it's not government versus opposition, members. It's about whether or not, if you genuinely believe in issues like reconciliation, if you genuinely believe in the importance of having adequate and proper process, well, then I would question why it is that you might be voting in favor of this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Because if not, if you vote for this, then that would tell me then anyone that comes before the House and says, well, look, I consulted with 25 or 30 or whatever, and I've built up some good letters of support and so forth, but no, I don't have the formal process that has been established through legislation or regulation, but trust me, and even if it goes to committee, and it's not to devalue, Mr. Speaker, the opinions and the advice and the recommendations of so many that have already contributed to the debate, but rather it's more of a vote of confidence in the people that work at Parks Canada, the people that are obligated to do what we have asked them to do, and establish that process to ensure that there is a consultation that is free and open and ensures that those vested parties are in fact being consulted in the most appropriate way, Mr. Speaker. And that's why within this legislation, it does not deal with the issue of process. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that members need to be aware of that. So yes, if they want and they believe in the institution of Parks Canada and the process, I would suggest that they should be voting against the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate that involves legislative work, national recognition of an important place, and also is based on the history of our country. I'll be able to mention that a little bit later. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his determination and his passion, the member for Windsor West. So I was mistaken the first time I said it, but it's Windsor West. I've known him for 8 years now. The 8 years I'm here in the House of Commons, I've had the pleasure of knowing my colleague, and I have a lot of respect for this man who's very committed, and we don't always share this same vision for the future of Canada and the ways to get there, but I congratulate him on his passion and his commitment to the causes he believes in, especially this one. As the critic for the environment and climate change, I have the privilege to sit on the committee which studied this, but I know it had already begun in the past. He's been working on this over 10 years, and in the last 4 years, it's a legislative project. So, like him, I saw a shift. Let's be polite. We're in the Parliament, but a shift from the government side. We saw that there was a will to go forward at the beginning, the support from departmental authorities who are working hand in hand with the government.
We have noticed in our committee there is a switch, a big switch, coming from the minister bench, people saying something before and then switching their point of view with more cautious. Well, Mr. Speaker, you have to raise the fact that it's not the first time that we have seen that, and recently we have seen in the official languages committee studying as direct bill that there was a big shift in this government when it's time to talk about some issue. Alors, Monsieur le Président, j'appelle.
So, Mr. Speaker, I call for a little bit more discipline from the government benches. The work we do is very serious, but it's been eight years that they've been in government, and so we expect greater consistency and coordination between the public servants who look at the situation very objectively, the political point of view, the partisan point of view, that's the nature of things from the government, and they need to work together. If at the outset, with 3/4 of the work, they're headed in one direction and then, they notice that it doesn't work, well, then they have to adjust, and they should be informing stakeholders. As we saw with this bill, well, we also have the sad memory with the bill on reforming official languages, the Official Languages Act. We saw almost mutiny on the government side. There were members who had contrary comments to the government. So I would invite the government side to show a little bit more discipline. Now let's get back to the debate around this bill. I really appreciated the historical aspect mentioned by our colleague from Windsor West, because it's something that belongs to our heritage. When we talk about a national park, we're looking at our roots, the history of our country, the presence of First Nations, the colonial time of New France, or the British regime. So it's part of a whole. And our colleague underlined this well. In 1749, there was the establishment of farms, of agriculture from the French system, and we see the traces of this in the geography, in the street names, and the neighborhoods of Windsor, which have a Francophone history, and we're very happy about that. So it has to do with that, and the member also mentioned that it's not very far from the bridge, the Gordie Howe Bridge. This is one of the major projects of Canada, this bridge to join Canada and the United States. It's the place in the country where there's the most commercial trade. I know that the member told me the percentage.
How much billions of dollars are switching from us to them and to them to us by this bridge and by all the community around you. So this is very important for us, and I do respect the fact that this member praise his area, like I'm quite sure all the members praise their own area. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very proud to be a member of the Louis Saint-Laurent, and I recognize when someone is also proud of his riding. Alors oui, en effet.
So yes, Mr. Speaker, the Gordie Howe Bridge is very important. And why am I talking about it? Yes, I will say that I have a conflict of interest here. I'd like to congratulate the great achievement of the Honourable Denis Lebel. Mr. Lebel was Minister of Infrastructure, if I'm remembering correctly, at the time, and he sponsored that bridge. He supported it. We know there were difficulties. Our partner, our neighbour, had some reservations. There were also some reservations on the Canadian side, which makes sense when such a big infrastructure project is built. And under the leadership of the Honourable Denis Lebel, we achieved this bridge, and we look forward to seeing it in operation soon. And I'd like to congratulate him for that, and it was one of the major achievements of the Conservative government, and it was under the Honourable Denis Lebel. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to highlight those things. And I'd also like to note, and currently there's a major debate with the departmental authority on how to proceed. The goal of national parks is first to identify the cultural importance of such a project. It must respect biodiversity. It should be in the perspective of the landscape. Is it significant in that area to have a national park? And it's also a complementary element to the other national parks we have. In the province of Quebec, we have 3 national parks. One, Mauricie. I don't necessarily go in that area very much, but I'm told that in Mauricie it's extraordinary. And let us note that the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien is from Mauricie, and he's a liberal, and yes, I'll admit that. But I recognize the contribution of the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, and I say it with a lot of respect. So yes, it needs to be connected to the landscape. It needs to be complementary. And the project needs to have the support of the people in that area, of stakeholders, and municipal, provincial, and ultimately federal authorities. There are 5 steps to go through for the creation of a national park: determining what's around, what's in that specific area, looking at the feasibility, negotiating the necessary agreements, and finally creating the park through amending the National Parks Act. And so that's where we're at currently, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it must be done correctly. And with the concerns noted by the government, well, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but note that it's at the 11th hour that this has been brought up. It's been 10 years that the member has been working on this. He's been going through the parliamentary steps for 4 years to go forward. And it's almost time to adopt the bill. And now the government is saying, oh, careful, they're backpedaling. They're saying, well, maybe I could have some parks in Winnipeg, in my neighborhood. Friends, respectfully, perhaps you should have thought of that earlier. Because this isn't something new. He's been talking about this for years. The law is very clear. It has existed for a long time. Perhaps they could have assessed before this stage whether there were problems. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to note that historical sites can be assessed without becoming national parks necessarily. Let me note that in Quebec, there's a historic site with 3 buildings. In St. Louis, in Quebec, it might be the smallest historic site, and I'm fascinated by history and aviation, so I'd like to note the National Park of Alexander Graham Bell, which is in Nova Scotia. It's a place I think you know well, Mr. Speaker. And that's the first time, if I remember correctly, in February 1909 that a plane took flight in Badek in February 23rd, 1909. So it became a historic site. So yes, there's a difference between national parks and historic sites. So let's be proud of our heritage, Mr. Speaker. Let us welcome new national parks correctly, and let's ensure that everything is done correctly according to the rules. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, Wes Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd first of all just like to thank the member from Louis Saint Laurent for his speech, just because at the very end he mentioned Alexander Graham Bell and Badek and the historic site there, the plane that took off in February 1909. I just have to say that it was my grandmother's cousin that was piloting that plane, J.A.D. McCurdy. So I just wanted to get that in there. I'm proud of that heritage, and I'm glad he brought it up here in the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud to rise here to speak to Bill C-248 here this evening, a bill that would create Ojibway National Urban Park near Windsor, Ontario, put forward by the wonderful member from Windsor West, who's been working so hard and so passionately on this for a decade now. And I did speak to this bill when it was in second reading some time ago, but I'd like to go over that ground again and really dive into why this bill is so important, why Ojibway National Urban Park is such an important initiative that we need to get done. You know, this proposal takes lands, combines lands that are owned by all levels of government, the federal government, the provincial government, the city of Windsor, and combines them in a priceless package that would protect an endangered ecosystem unique in Canada. And that's why this should be a national park. It is a small area. You know, it's only, I think, 900 acres or something like that. But it's so important from the national perspective, from the environmental perspective, that it would really be a fabulous addition to our national park system. And I would also like to thank the member from Windsor West, as I mentioned before, for inviting me down to Windsor a few years ago to visit this area. I had never been to Windsor. It was great to tour around the city and see the urban sprawl of Detroit right there across the river. And, you know, it's such a vibrant place. But tour the Ojibway Shores area, where he gave me all these stories. And each story was like the battles that he had been through to protect this important area from various plans for development. And how he brought the community together, how he brought the First Nations, the Caldwell First Nation, other community groups, naturalist groups, biologists, developers even, to come together and say this would be such a wonderful project, a wonderful addition to not just the local area, but to Canada. And, you know, we were there on a beautiful day in September. We hiked along some of the trails through beautiful grasslands, the big blue stem grass, you know, full of the late summer flowers, asters, and beautiful flowers Birds, of course, that's my thing. I'm always looking for rare birds, and there are a lot of birds there. We walked through the groves of oaks. This is kind of a savanna habitat. And we saw a lot of people enjoying these trails. It was clear that this was a popular place for the locals to come and on the weekends and really get out of the urban habitats and enjoy nature. And I think that is even amplified since the pandemic. We've seen a huge increase, at least around, I haven't been back to Ojibwe Shores, but around my home, there's been a tremendous increase in the number of people getting out on trails, enjoying nature, just because people have discovered that. They had nowhere else to go during the pandemic, and suddenly they've discovered, wow, here in Canada we all live in beautiful places, and Ojibwe Shores is one of those places. So this area protects three really important ecosystems: the tall grass prairie, the oak savannas I mentioned, and the Carolinian forest. And, in my previous life, as some of you know, I was a biologist, and a lot of the work I did in that career was centered around endangered ecosystems and species at risk. And there are 4 ecosystems in this country that are consistently listed as the most endangered. There's the Garry Oak savannas of southern Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands in British Columbia, the desert grasslands in the South Okanagan area of British Columbia, which is where I come from, my home habitat, the Carolinian forests of southern Ontario, the deciduous these are deciduous forests that are found throughout the eastern United States and squeak into Canada in southern Ontario, and the tall grass prairie of southern Manitoba and parts of southern Ontario as well. And the Ojibwe National Park, or National Urban Park, would protect 2 of these important ecosystems, and that is the tall grass prairie and the Carolinian forest. And you don't often think of Ontario as a prairie province, but it once had extensive tall grass prairies, and those have been largely wiped out over the last 2 centuries through agriculture and urban development. And about only 1% of these habitats still exist. And really, there's only 3 areas in Ontario that have even, areas that are larger than a few acres that represent this habitat. And one of those is Ojibwe Shores. And endangered ecosystems, almost by definition, are home to a lot of species at risk. That's what makes the species at risk. Their ecosystems are endangered. And there are almost 200 species of rare and endangered species in Ojibwe Shores. There's no other area in Ontario that would come close to that length of a list for endangered and rare species. And only 1 or 2 areas of Canada would come close. And one, I have to say, as I mentioned before, is my home habitat in the desert grasslands of the Okanagan. So, there's, of course, the endangered plant communities, endangered insect communities. We don't know a lot about some of these things, and I would just say in passing, one thing the government could do is spend a little bit of money in terms of inventory and survey of some of our endangered species. We might find them in a lot more places, or we might find that they're truly endangered. It would be a good investment. But I mentioned one in my previous speech, this beautiful damselfly, the giant spreadwing that's found in Canada only in Ojibwe Shores. It's the only place it's known. There's also endangered reptiles, the Massasauga rattlesnake. In my hometown, we have rattlesnakes as well that are threatened. Here, the Massasauga rattlesnake is found in a small population that's 300 kilometers away from the next population, so it's isolated and endangered. There's the bobwhite quail, a really iconic species of small game bird that's found in Canada only in extreme southwestern Ontario. It used to be in Ojibwe shores. Now it's only found in Walpole Island that's nearby. And once you have, if we protect these areas, then we can talk about perhaps bringing some of these species back, but we need to protect them first. So just to, again, wrap up, this is an area that, this is not Banff or Jasper, Kluane, Ivavik, big wild parks. This is an urban national park that is special. It's built in a mosaic of properties that is close to Windsor. It would be an integral part of that urban population. And, we have to make sure those properties connect habitats correctly, that these species can thrive even in the small areas. And I'll just say we're having a similar proposal in the South Okanagan to create a national park in a similar area of mosaic of different lands. So I'll just wrap up by saying once again, I just want to thank the member for Windsor West for his work on this. I really congratulate him for all that effort, and I hope that everyone here joins us in voting for this very important bill. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion, and also the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak to Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Park Act. I want to begin by acknowledging that the land I represent is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Three Fires Confederacy of First Nations, the Ojibwa, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi. Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' enthusiasm for the creation of an Ojibwe National Urban Park, and I recognize his long-standing advocacy. Both of us recognize that Ojibwe is a precious gem unlike any other. Compared to, say, Rouge National Urban Park in Toronto, Ojibwe is a postage stamp of land. But in its 300 hectares, Ojibwe contains rare Carolinian forest and tall grass prairie, and it has the most biodiversity in all of Canada, hundreds of plants, reptiles, insects, and wildlife. When I first got elected in 2019, my first meeting with the Prime Minister's office on Parliament Hill was about the creation of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And not quite 2 years later, I joined the Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development at Ojibwe, in addition to dozens and dozens of local community partners, to announce our government's commitment to create 7 new national urban parks, among them Ojibwe. It was a historic day, Mr. Speaker. Parks Canada was put in charge of creating an Ojibwe National Urban Park, which makes sense, since Parks Canada has over 100 years' experience building national parks. We trust the experts. Since that day, Parks Canada has been busy putting in the work to make Ojibwe National Urban Park a reality. Let me walk you through, Mr. Speaker, the Parks Canada process that I support and the real measurable progress we have already made to building an Ojibwe National Urban Park. Last year, we established a local partnership committee to oversee the process of creating an Ojibwe National Urban Park. Parks Canada provided the City of Windsor with $600,000 to begin consultations and the groundwork to carry out a joint work plan with Parks Canada. Windsor City Council voted unanimously in favor of this process. We brokered an agreement between the Windsor Port Authority, Transport Canada, and Environment and Climate Change Canada to transfer Ojibwe shores to Parks Canada for inclusion into an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And I am proud to say that we will have some even better news to share with our community in short order on the transfer of Ojibwe shores. Mr. Speaker, Ojibwe Shores is the last piece of natural habitat on the shores of the Detroit River. It is priceless. It is beyond value. And our community fought tooth and nail to keep it safe from bulldozers. And now, through the Parks Canada process that is underway, we will protect Ojibwe Shores forever. Forever, Mr. Speaker. In December, Parks Canada began a series of open houses and pop-up workshops that are engaging residents of our community, listening to our community members, getting local feedback on the design of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And what I mean by that is the design not just of the footprint of Ojibwe National Urban Park, but the design of how Ojibwe National Urban Park will be managed. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are in the process as we speak of working towards a collaboration agreement with our Indigenous partners, Caldwell First Nation and Walpole Island First Nation. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I had a chance to meet with Chief Mary Duckworth and members of Caldwell First Nation to talk about the Parks Canada process of building an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And what I heard is support for a Parks Canada process that envisions Caldwell First Nation not only being co-designers of an Ojibwe National Urban Park, but also co-managers and co-stewards of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. And in that way, the process, the Parks Canada process, is not just about creating an Ojibwe National Urban Park, but it is also about taking concrete steps on the path to reconciliation with our Indigenous partners. Mr. Speaker, the work of building an Ojibwe National Urban Park is already being done. Ojibwe National Urban Park is already being constructed, much like we see the construction of the Gordie Howe International Bridge right next door moving forward. And the Parks Canada process is the best path forward for one major reason. It prioritizes from the very start community consultation with our community and with Indigenous communities like Caldwell.
I believe I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I've raised this several times in the House before to refrain from using the word our Indigenous people. We are not owned. We are independent individuals, we are human beings, and we are not owned by anybody. Right. So I would like to remind the member, through you, Mr. Speaker, to not use the word "our." Thank you.
Thank you, and really not really a point of order, but a good suggestion for all of us who speak in the House of Commons. Also remind the Honourable Member who's speaking. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that is an excellent point of order and well taken. So thank you very much for that to the Honourable Member. Resuming, as the Parks Canada process is the best path forward for one major reason. It prioritizes from the very start community consultation with our community and also with Indigenous communities like Caldwell and Walpole Island who have historic ties to Ojibwe. Consultation with First Nations from the start on the design of the Ojibwe National Urban Park is especially important, not only because Canada has a constitutional duty to consult with Indigenous communities on the creation of national parks, but because Ojibwe provides a genuine opportunity to strengthen our relationship with Indigenous peoples and advance reconciliation. Imagine an innovative Made in Windsor model where Indigenous communities and environmental groups co-design an Ojibwe National Urban Park and share stewardship of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. Imagine a process that allows other community groups to have a real voice in the design of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. In the spirit of Black History Month, we want to hear from Amherstburg Freedom Museum or the Essex County Black Historical Research Society to connect Ojibwe to the story of the Underground Railroad. And again, I want to recognize my colleague, the MP for Windsor West, for being a passionate champion of Ojibwe all these years. His contribution to this work cannot be understated. However, his Bill C-248 bypasses community consultation, falls short of our duty to consult with First Nations, and creates a duplicate process that could jeopardize the progress and partnerships already developed by Parks Canada. Here are some of the most significant concerns I have with C-248.
And I really hate to cut the member off when he was getting into his examples, but when we come back, the member will have 3 minutes to finish up his thoughts before the end of that. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Thank you, everybody, for your interventions this evening. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed have to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by taking a moment to express my heartbreak and condolences to the parents, the daycare staff, and the children, and to everyone who is impacted by the tragedy in Laval. It's hard to find words to express the depth of loss that these families are facing. and we are grieving with you. Mr. Speaker, every year, more people across Canada are forced to face the devastating reality of the climate crisis. Increasingly severe hurricanes on the East Coast, forest fires, extreme flooding, heat domes on the West Coast. We are in a climate emergency, and it's impacting everything that we hold dear. People have lost their homes, their jobs, and hundreds of Canadians have lost their lives. It's been 4 years since this government declared a climate emergency, and yet they still refuse to take climate action at the scale or speed required. Why would the Liberal government say they believe there is a climate emergency, but then refuse to treat it like an emergency? Why would they continue to hand out billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies? Why would they buy the Trans Mountain Pipeline? Why would they approve Bay du Nord? And why are they openly planning to increase oil and gas production? We are in a climate emergency. These are not the actions of a government responding to an emergency. These are the actions of a government who is captured by the oil and gas lobby. This past year was the most profitable year ever for the 5 biggest oil companies. Take that in. Big oil and gas made more profit than they ever have before. And while they rake in these record profits, profiting off the backs of Canadians who are struggling just to make ends meet, these companies are also announcing that they are scaling down their climate commitments. They are lowering their emission reduction targets. They are walking back their pledges to climate action. And instead, they're upping their spending on new oil and gas. Just 2 weeks ago, Canadian oil and gas executives claimed they can't invest anymore in clean energy and renewable projects, that they want to, but there isn't a place to invest these billions in. If that's true, why would the federal government give them billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies? These companies are making more money than ever before, and they claim they want to spend it on climate action, so why would the government not require that they pay for their own pollution, regulate them, force them to reduce their emissions, make big oil and gas put their exorbitant money where their mouth is? Instead, the government decided to give the oil and gas sector billions more for carbon capture technology. Not only is carbon capture an unproven technology that, according to the IPCC, according to the world's top climate scientists, is one of the costliest and least effective options out there, but this $2.6 billion carbon capture tax credit is money that the government could have invested in renewable technology that is readily available, that's proven. The government could have excluded oil and gas companies from this handout. They could have forced these companies to pay for their own carbon capture projects, but instead, the Liberals keep footing the bill for the oil and gas industry. But what that actually means is that the Liberals are making Canadians foot the bill. Among the G20 countries, Canada has the worst track record when it comes to public financing of the oil and gas sector. These are choices about how we spend our public money. Profitable oil and gas companies should be paying to clean up their own pollution. But if the Liberals truly believe that we are in a climate emergency, they could implement a windfall profits tax on oil and gas companies. Other countries have done it. We could use that money to invest in climate solutions, in making life more affordable for Canadians, in making communities more climate resilient. Why is the government so focused on protecting the profits of big oil and gas instead of protecting Canadians and our communities from the climate crisis?
Secretary of Parliament. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Two things. We know that energy profits are at record levels, and we know that emissions have to come down. We are investing $9.1 billion in an emission reduction plan. We have put our money on the table. Oil and gas companies have to come to the plate. They have to put their shoulder to the wheel. They have to work with us to get those emissions down and to realize the ambitious targets we have set through our emissions reduction plan.
Our government knows that Canada is experiencing increasingly frequent extreme weather events like forest fires, hurricanes, floods.
And it is necessary to take strong action now to make our future greener. Now, more than ever, climate action is an economic necessity. And the reality is that this government is taking meaningful actions to fight pollution and promote cleaner air for everyone. I know that the member for Victoria also believes in the importance of fighting climate change, and I hope she supports our efforts.
For instance, we set a national minimum price on carbon pollution throughout Canada in 2019. Not only is it no longer free to pollute, but it is becoming increasingly expensive to do so. And our approach is working. Industry is encouraged to become more efficient and to use cleaner technology. In doing so, we are encouraging the development of innovative new approaches to reduce GHG emissions and to use energy more efficiently.
We know that we need to work with the industry on decarbonization measures. Our government is also committed to phasing out or rationalizing inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that give fossil fuels an unfair advantage over cleaner solutions. And we have accelerated the previous timeline for doing so from 2025 to this year. In Budget 2022, the government committed to eliminating the flow-through share regime for fossil fuel activities. This will be done by no longer allowing expenditures related to oil, gas, and coal, exploration and development to be renounced to flow-through share investors for flow-to-share agreements entered into after March 31st, 2023.
And that's in less than 2 months.
Of our government's work on carbon capture, utilization and storage, or CCUS. CCUS is an important tool for reducing emissions in high-emitting sectors, especially if other pathways to reduce emissions are limited or even unavailable. It uses advanced technologies to capture carbon dioxide emissions from fuel combustion, industrial processes, or directly from the air. Le carbone capturé est
Carbon that is captured is then stored deeply or used to create new innovative products. We announced in last year's budget a reimbursable investment tax credit for businesses who make available spending.
Projects to the extent that they permanently store captured CO2 through an eligible use. From 2022 through 2030, the investment tax credit rates will be set at 60% for investment in equipment to capture CO2 in direct air capture projects, 50% for investment in equipment to capture CO2 in all other CCUS projects, and 37.5% for investment in equipment for transportation, storage, and use. Pour encourager l'industrie à agir rapidement.
In order to encourage the industry to act rapidly to reduce emissions, this will be reduced by 50% by 2031.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for her comments, but she didn't answer the question. All the strongly worded statements about the oil and gas industry needing to come to the plate won't make big oil and gas do the right thing. But it's hard to take any of these Liberal comments seriously when the Liberals have been in power for 7 years and they've increased fossil fuel subsidies year after year. Oil and gas companies are making record profits while fueling the climate crisis. The devastating impacts of the climate emergency are costing billions of dollars. Communities are struggling. Fighting the climate crisis shouldn't come at the expense of everyday Canadians who are paying record prices at the pump, struggling to make ends meet, all while oil and gas companies are making record profits. They should be paying what they owe. Will the government make them? Will the government implement a windfall profits tax on oil and gas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is taking meaningful actions to fight pollution and make Canada's future greener. Our government understands that climate action is now an economic necessity, and Canadians can count on us to continue the work. For example, Canada is taking significant steps towards reducing our emission by 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030 and towards reaching net zero by 2050. Et l'automne dernier, lors de la COP...
Last fall, at COP27 in Egypt, Canadian leaders worked hard to prevent other countries from backing down on reducing fossil fuel subsidies and coal subsidies. We are also on the right path to eliminate coal energy in Canada by 2030. Over the next few months, as we prepare Budget 2023, Canadians can count on our government to continue working hard to build an economy that works for everyone, create good jobs, and make life more affordable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before the holidays, I had pressed the PM to follow through on a critical election promise, funding a new $4.5 billion mental health transfer to the provinces and the territories, the Canada Mental Health Transfer. At the time, I'd pushed for it to be in Budget 2023. This echoed the call of 65 organizations across the country similarly calling for the acceleration of the implementation of this transfer and for it to be in Budget 2023. This includes the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Canadian Association of Community Health Centres, the Canadian Psychological Association, the Canadian Federation of Students, the Alzheimer's Society, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. The list goes on. And so I appreciate the chance to come back to this question because at the time, the question wasn't answered and I haven't had clarification since. 2 points I'd like to leave the parliamentary secretary with for her to comment on. First, the mental health is health, and so it deserves dedicated funding. Mental illnesses and substance use disorders will affect 1 in 3 people in their lifetime, and we know that the pandemic has only made this worse. Of these folks, 1 in 3 can't get the care that they need. This adds up to almost 4,000 people in my community waiting for mental health and addictions care. I've had the chance to speak with some of these folks myself. Last summer, speaking with a mom on her doorstep in tears, describing her teenage daughter and the mental health challenges she was facing. Or when I spoke with a nurse this past summer, who told me about the number of people that she's seeing at Grand River Hospital's emergency department who should have seen a psychiatrist or a mental health professional months before. It's all why dedicated funding for mental health is so important, is that it also, of course, takes pressure off other areas in our healthcare system. Takes pressure off emergency departments, off doctors, off social services, and of course off the millions of people who are suffering. It's of course why the 65 organizations I mentioned earlier are pushing for this promise to be followed through on. Which is then my second point, that election promises matter. That from the Liberals' 2021 campaign platform, I'll read it myself, it was in red, a comprehensive plan for mental health care across Canada. The plan went on to say that they would commit to permanent, ongoing funding for mental health services under the Canada Mental Health Transfer. So, Mr. Speaker, call me radical, but I believe it's important that political parties and their leaders follow through on promises that they make. I think it's important for our democracy that this is the case, and for our Parliament to keep them accountable to it. Now, I expect the Parliamentary Secretary will make mention of an important announcement made just yesterday on healthcare. I've read the announcement multiple times, but as I parse through it, there's no mention of the mental health transfer specifically, and nothing specifically about dedicated funds for mental health. And so my question for the Parliamentary Secretary tonight is if she can make clear whether the governing party is continuing to be committed to the Canada Mental Health Transfer and whether it will be included, this $4.5 billion, in Budget 2023. Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague said, there is no health without mental health. That is why access to mental health and substance use supports, including at the community level, is a fundamental piece of work we want to undertake with the provinces and territories. Je pense que nous reconnaissons.
I think that we all recognize that our healthcare system is facing significant challenges that are made worse by the pandemic. We are working with the provinces to recover, and we must ensure that mental health and addictions care be integrated transparently as an integral and equal part of our universal healthcare system.
The proposal we put forward to the premiers yesterday provides both the resources and the mechanism to get us there. Nous respectons notre engagement de
We respect our commitment to transfer billions of dollars to the provinces and territories over the next years in order to support mental health, but we will do so by increasing the Canada Health Transfer, which includes mental health, and by transferring $25 billion over 10 years under integrated long-term bilateral agreements. During the working meeting with provincial premiers, the federal government announced that it will increase health funding for the provinces and territories by $196.1 billion over 10 years, including $46.2 billion in new funding. That funding includes an immediate, no-strings-attached increase of $2 billion under the Canada Health Transfers in order to respond to immediate pressures on the healthcare system, as well as a guarantee of 5% increase to the transfers over the next 5 years with annual complementary payments, if needed, which will provide additional support totaling $17.3 billion over 10 years. And the final transfer will be integrated to the transfer at the end of the 5 years in order to offer a permanent increase to funding, which will give predictability and sustainability to the provinces. Thanks to this guarantee, the health transfer will increase by 33% over 5 years and 61% over 10 years.
We are also providing $25 billion over 10 years to advance shared health priorities through tailored bilateral agreements that will support the needs of people in each province and territory in 4 areas of shared priority: family health services, health workers and backlogs, mental health and substance use, and modernized health system. We believe these bilateral agreements are the most effective way to incorporate shared priorities into this funding, reflect the unique needs of each province and territory, and to support mental health as part of an integrated, patient-centered approach. The goal of this collaborative work and these bilateral agreements is to provide Canadians with a multidisciplinary system of care. Une approche qui intègre la
An approach that integrates mental health into all joint priorities, whether by increasing access to mental health through primary care or improving data sharing and health data sharing between consulted professionals, or an approach to improve the labor shortage in the area of health and mental health and provide better support in order to avoid burnout.
These are results that will improve access to the support Canadians need when they need it.
For Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a really important question for the Parliamentary Secretary to clarify in response, because I would agree with her. The announcement made yesterday is an important one for healthcare, but it is not what was committed in the 2021 election campaign. Specifically, what I'd like to understand better is that there was a promise and a commitment for dedicated mental health funds. It was to be called the Canada Mental Health Transfer. Yesterday, as the Parliamentary Secretary has shared, new dollars have been set aside for healthcare, which is good. But we need dedicated funds for mental health, as the governing party has promised and ran an entire election campaign on, which they won. And so my question remains that is the governing party still committed to the mental health transfer? And if so, will it be in budget 2023?
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The significant increases to the Canada Health Transfer will give the provinces and territories essential resources to support health care, including mental health care. The additional $25 billion for tailor-made agreements with provinces and territories will also help expand the delivery of timely, high-quality, integrated, and accessible mental health and substance use services in Canada. Through the proposed bilateral, we will be working to integrate mental health and substance use care priorities as a full and equal part of our universal healthcare system. Cela va assurer
That will ensure transparency and accountability from provinces and territories in regards to access to mental health and addiction services. We will build on the $5 billion over 10 years that we are currently providing for mental health support and that we have been providing since 2017, which currently transfers $600 million annually to provinces and territories until 2027.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Inuit elders have the right to access home care in their home communities. Elders in Nunavut have had to endure many atrocities in their lifetimes, including residential schools, forced religious conversion, and the slaughter of their sled dogs. Being forced to leave their families to get care is unacceptable. Most Canadian seniors who need care can get it close to their homes. With the lack of investments within my territory, Inuit elders are forced to move thousands of kilometers south to access care. There are no facilities in my territory for persons who have advanced dementia. Enough is enough. Real investments must be made into Nunavut's healthcare. Many elders fear dying alone in a place that is not their home and without their families. Many facilities like the ones found in Ottawa might not have staff who speak Inuktitut. This limits the quality of care that can be offered. This separation of culture and of family impacts elders' mental and physical health. The lack of infrastructure funding investments in healthcare and trained healthcare workers perpetuates reliance on Southern healthcare. Nunavut has the fewest hospital beds per capita of any province or territory, one for every 1,100 residents, compared to a national average of 1 per 409 from a 2022 report. The First Nations and Inuit Home and Community Care Program is coming to the end of its 10-year anniversary. The government needs to examine the program and make real changes to offer better care. Will the government stop funding elders to be exiled to the South in the budget 2023?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Nunavut for raising this very, very important issue. I would like to acknowledge, first of all, Mr. Speaker, that I am speaking to you from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that historic wrongs have harmed Inuit elders, and we are working extremely hard to build a new type of relationship with all Indigenous peoples across this great nation. One that is built on recognition of rights, respect, and partnership. The government of Nunavut holds jurisdiction over health care, and this includes long-term and continuing care, Mr. Speaker. The Federal Department, Indigenous Services Canada, works very closely with Nunavut officials to ensure that they have the resources to address the health care needs of Nunavut. The government also supported Nunavut to manage health care costs during the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, by providing $238 million in funding. This includes both funding to help the healthcare system as a whole, as well as funding to directly support Inuit communities. And transitioning into the post-pandemic period, this government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to continuing to provide health support to the government and people of Nunavut. For the year 2022-23, the federal government has allocated $47 million for healthcare funding for Nunavut. The federal government, Mr. Speaker, also provides funding that directly helps elder Inuit through a program called First Nations and Inuit Home and Community Care. Indigenous Services Canada has a 10-year Nunavut Wellness Agreement in place with the government of Nunavut that provides over $87 million to support home and community care services, including, Mr. Speaker, special enhancements funding to support the response during the COVID-19 pandemic. The program was co-developed with Inuit and First Nations partners. It provides services on reserve and based in the community. It supports people with complex care requirements, inclusive of palliative and end-of-life care and their caregivers. This allows them to stay in their homes and their communities for as long as possible, Mr. Speaker. Through the program, First Nations and Inuit people of all ages are provided essential health care services. This includes vulnerable seniors and those living with disabilities and acute or chronic illness. On top of the home and community care program, Mr. Speaker, officials in my department will be working with Nunavut partners to co-develop a distinctions-based Indigenous long-term and continuing care framework to ensure residents can receive services closer to home. This is part of an overall effort to improve health care for Indigenous people by providing culturally relevant programs and working, Mr. Speaker, to eliminate racism against Indigenous people in the healthcare system. The goal is to ensure healthcare is culturally safe and inclusive across the country. The federal government also provides support for mental health programming and services in the North. For example, for 21-22, we allocated $24.6 million towards mental health in Nunavut. Mr. Speaker, this government is responding to the healthcare needs of elder Inuit and other Indigenous people in the North. We know that there are difficulties, and we want to avoid the need for elders to leave home to receive care that they need. We are working closely with Indigenous and territorial partners to improve health care, Mr. Speaker, in Nunavut, the communities in Nunavut, in order to better meet the needs of each and every community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Investing in long-term and continuing care must be a priority. Healthcare is at a crisis point across the country. What seniors experienced during COVID-19 is what Inuit elders have been experiencing for years. Elders have the right to age in their communities and stay connected with their loved ones without fear of being sent away. In every community that I've visited since I've been elected, I've been told by elders that they have their biggest fear is to be sent south, to be exiled from their communities. Exiling elders to southern communities shows that this government does not take reconciliation seriously. Nunavut deserve better. Will this government commit and invest more in health care in the 2023 budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue is very serious. No one likes to imagine an older member of their family having to travel a long distance for proper medical care. This government recognizes the problem, and we know the stress and harm it inflicts on Inuit families and their communities. So we have been working hard to improve health care in Nunavut. We are constantly working with Indigenous partners and territorial officials to design culturally relevant health care that will meet the needs of the community. Mr. Speaker, we have supported the health care needs of Nunavut and the other territories during the pandemic and post-pandemic. And we will continue to support the territorial governments and the people of Nunavut in so that their health and well-being is a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Bonsoir.